Yes. I dare say that ought to do it. Come, Nella. You're letting your feelings get the better of you. Running yourself ragged in front of a student. What would Shukut say? Why, I dare say he'd run you ragged as always. Chastise you one way or another. Beatings, perhaps. Lectures on how, back in his day, the students of Palvendor were all so much more remarkable.
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning. He really was a bastard. Oh well. No sense recollecting on such things now. It's the final day of planning. Are you lost at all?
Yes. No. I'm just pacing and thinking outside my room.
I see. You've taken up residence inside the castle now. Some sort of arrangement been made or something?
Yes, it was back when we won the capture flight contest.
I see. And it wouldn't have anything to do with your current issues with the Lumen, would it?
No, although it is a, thankful hideaway, I suppose.
Yes, I dare say it is.
Have you been informed about my, how do you call it? My situation?
I've been informed that you wish to no longer be known by your original name. I have been informed that you have been deposed somewhat. Are either of these the matters to which you portend, or is there something further on which I am in the
something
dark?
Further. Something before all that.
Oh,
When
really?
the risks first opened, yes, my family was very close to the edge of one of the initial expanses. My sister has perished to the devouring, but I have caught something else that has only been described as a curse or something. That riles up when there is occult magic nearby.
Really?
Or at least strong concentrations of it, whether it's someone's intense aura or a very lethal spell, yes.
I have never heard the like. You're telling me that you've developed some sort of occultic sensitivity.
Yeah. From what Chancellor Malik has told me, it's been messing with my mana gates, or it's a signature or something.
Is that true?
Sure.
Interesting. Tell me, Stella, I'm most curious. Were you part of the expedition to go and meet this necromancer of sorts?
I was not, no, but I will be on the kill team.
I see.
Yes.
Have you informed any of those who are leading this operation of your affliction?
Yes, my team leader knows about it, as well as the rest of my team.
Interesting. I will have to reconsult their plans to make sure that that was taken into account. I shall wish to talk to you on
Are they
this.
planning to attack the necromancer?
We are planning to.
Another we...
There's been discussions happening with the team captains, and I believe the actual plan of approach will be officiated later this very day. Until that point, I'm afraid it is just meaningless speculation and constant opinion-making. It appears that people are...
It's just that our team has agreed to not to not approach the necromancer, and instead let the staff deal with it, as all of you have expressed the option of doing so. I don't think that we are ready.
I'm curious, Stella.
We've only been with the team for about 10 days.
Whilst I have no intention of misleading you as to the weight of your input, I nonetheless remain curious. What would you have us do in this situation? The dreadworms aside, the necromancer is posing something of a spiritual question for a great many of the students here.
Spiritual?
Yes, it appears that many of them struggle with the idea of an old, frail woman. And a harpy, too. Doubtless Kiki has some impact on that. Being irredeemably evil.
There's a lot of students here that believe in second chances and, how do you say, benefit of the doubt. Right, but
Yes.
there's some facts that cannot be redeemed, such as a necromancer.
I see.
I think it's better if we just kill her outright.
Allow me to pry one moment more. When you first came to this institution, what did you believe it was?
I thought it was some academy to instruct those to deal with beasts on the ways. The advertisement said hero on it, despite what previous chancellor had ingrained in their minds.
I see. And what would you...
Hearing that there are so many affluent professors, I thought it could be something to deal with my issue when I previously told you about it.
Yes. Have any of the professors attempted to make a progress towards this end? Curing you of this occultic affliction that hangs over you? I would be most curious to reconnoiter with Chancellor Melick to speak on this project further. I dare say this has been quite an unexpected revelation. But even so, I shall not keep you from your breakfast. Thank you for indulging my curiosities this morning. Do have a pleasant day. I'm sure there is. Good. I shall see you around. I believe my hip may be off. I've been having all sorts of problems with my setup recently. That's better. Apologies, I don't like doing that in the middle of conversation. Face comes back. An occult allergy is hereby unheard of. Certainly people can be... Well, that could mean a great many things. How's the volume? I get the feeling it may be slightly too high. Better? Who knows? Oh no, what's this blasted thing doing? A dying controller and a body that seems to want to wander all over the bloody place. That being said, I do use my VR setup quite a lot. I'm really feeling the song though. I don't remember it being on last time. Let's try... That's better. I shall need to make my way downstairs. I have much need to speak to the captains. Be in attendance at the briefing, if all is to proceed as planned. Is there a way down through here? I have not often had the occasion to visit this section of the school. Mayhaps I will be able to use it for my own means. We have yet to find much use of the third floor. I dare say Stella, or Cecilia as she was once known, is one of the first I've seen make use of it. I must find Kiki today and patch things over with Lothario. It would be nice to enjoy their company once more time before what happens happens. Good morning, Ventus. I don't intend to interrupt your morning breakfast. Have you seen Kiki around at all?
Don't think she's up yet. No, sir.
I understand. Do enjoy your day. Surprising, really. Ah, good Chancellor Malik. I am glad to have met you so early on. I was worried I was missing the morning briefing. Has that happened yet, or am I still early?
Not yet. I'd say maybe 10 minutes or so before I ring it.
Understandable. I was clued in earlier this very morning, quite by chance, as to Stella's condition. A sensitivity, she says, to the occult. Is this a...
Val?
unusual?
That shit, two of you, sorry. Second, Val.
It's quite all right. You know, it's strange. I could have sworn I just saw the shade of Murtesh run past.
Same. But yes, she does have some issues with the sensitivity to the occult. I have been running some blood tests as well as doing the occasional scan of her mana signature when she has been having these issues, and it is very tricky, complicated.
It's the first I've ever heard of such a thing. She said that she was close to a rift upon the outbreak. Further, that she was, how shall we say, afflicted with this at roughly the same time as the fall of her sister. Suspect you this some form of slow onset devouring? Or something more?
I have seen slow onset devouring, and this is not it.
Certainly, I would be in agreement. The passage of time is quite extraordinary.
I don't know. There's something about her mana signature that is reacting very, very violently against the occult mana in the air.
Interesting.
Still unsure what is causing it.
Has this been factored into your knowledge to the plans for the coming day. This is the first I have heard of this information.
Oh, you mean for the mission?
Yes, I mean in putting someone with acute occult sensitivity on a kill squad which intends to face a powerful occult caster.
Well, I would hope that her team and team captain are taking such things in mind during this.
So would I. I will have to reconnect with them on their plans. It is my hope that upon this morning meeting to encourage the captains to something of a conversation to finalize plans for the days for the assault to come. We have tried having conversations with groups of 30 of them before, and I doubt, just as with any other audience, it is quite fruitless. I think it is about time they learned what it meant to follow orders. This will be the first true test of our captaincy.
Perfect. Like the sounds of it.
Very good, then. Are you, But don't let me keep you from your breakfast. Unless you've eaten already.
Not much hungry. I've eaten already.
No. Truth be told, I struggle to look at it myself. Interesting. Well, should you learn anything of this Cecilia's condition, I would be most interested to learn more of it.
Of course.
It aligns very keenly with studies I've made in the past. But even so, I shall keep you no longer. I shall await at the front of the school until such a time that you call the morning announcements. Be seeing you shortly, Councillor Malik.
You as well.
Are you looking for someone, Avi?
No.
I simply noticed you looking at the door.
Yeah, I just noticed there's a bit of a lock on it. I don't think it was there before.
Just curious.
New students about, and many inquisitive minds, probably for their own safety.
Fair enough.
Very good, then. I will recollect with the Svirikar. There's much I must learn about their kind. Distasteful though it may be.
Internal thoughts that were taking up all my hearing. What's going on? What'd you ask?
Ah, so that wasn't Murtish.
Yeah. I left them behind. They were coming slowly, and I was like, I want to run. I want to exercise. So I ran.
Good, I'm glad you're training. Do you want a banana?
Yeah. Sure.
There you go.
Is there any bites taken out of it, or is it just a full banana you've just been carrying?
It's just a full banana.
I
don't
do
have
hope
any-
Yiko hasn't been up to his antics again.
No, this was Mordred this time.
Oh. I've never quite got a read on good Professor Clarent. Is there a, reason for his
He's
being
an
here?
interesting fellow.
Morning.
Yes, he is cultured, I suppose.
Cultured.
Things.
There are
He's
two
very good at
professors over
teaching
there.
the
Yes,
students
that
how to read and write.
Ah,
I do not
In
believe
fact,
so,
he's
no.
brought confidence into many of them.
well, I'm glad to hear it. Here I was, thinking he was
On
an
the
idiot.
outside, he may look slimy and scaly and ugly, but there's something good on the inside we can use.
Certainly. I would prefer him teaching them to read and write than I. Very good, then. I do hope you manage to go the next week without being accosted by too many bananas.
Ah, I hope so, Nellan.
I believe they're busy making lots of mess within the main hall at this present moment in time. There's usually a fair amount of plates left behind.
Meeting's going to be soon. I'd recommend talking to one of the team captains you were assigned to. Make sure you know where you're meeting up.
That would be the mating even now, I believe.
Yeah,
Good to see you
well,
taking
starting
the
to
initiative,
look forward.
Amari.
Thank you, sir.
Murtesh is the protagonist, as far as I am concerned. What exactly is Mordred Clarence's field of study?
Professor Mordred, I believe his field of study is linguistics, ancient languages,
Interesting.
things, archaeology.
Good Chancellor, you appear to be struggling with corporeality more than I. You flick in and out as if... well,
Oh, that was you too. I thought it was simply the room.
Seems to be an issue I've been having recently.
I see.
That is not good, Professor. You need to stay in one piece. Not many pieces, one.
It's very confusing.
Due to the minor flux, nothing to worry too much about.
Understood.
Maybe it is a defensive mechanism.
Alright. We are just missing Umbra.
As far as I know, I think I've only seen Killam. I don't know where the other three, maybe actually.
I believe I saw their new captain, Luca, asleep in a tree yesterday. Here's hoping he hasn't fallen out and injured himself.
Fantastic.
That'd be a bit of a problem, actually.
Zuko, I can get you to run in there and see if there's literally anybody from Umbra.
All right.
Are there ever conversations which happen where Umbra aren't raised as a problem?
No, not really. Seems to be unfortunately common.
I appreciate your frankness, Chancellor.
To the church. This is surprising. It seems the faces of each of the teams seem to have changed slightly.
Now.
None of the Umbra members are at the mess hall.
Of course they're not.
I know Terra and Umbra are supposed to meet in the warehouse, I believe. So, Octavian, if you could run to the warehouse, and if you can see anybody who is in Umbra, send them here immediately.
Of course, Chancellor.
Thank you.
Unusual to see Val up so late. I do hope everything's alright. Is this room running better? Here's hoping it is.
Alright, so we'll give Umbra another minute.
I was somewhat surprised to see Luca raised to captaincy so quickly. Have you seen anything particularly promising in the boy? Last I saw him, he was out of breath simply getting to the arena.
Really? Well, at the very least, compared to the others in the team, from what I have seen, he is The most competent, although I will admit, from what I've seen, it is not an incredibly high bar.
I was going to say the same.
I will say.
And personable.
I will say, in the day that I was here, the early training exercises that we did, he was a natural leader. He might not be the most impressive physically and otherwise, but in terms of his ability to speak and lead, I actually approve of it.
Well, I do hope that proves to be more than him than a charismatic fool.
I cannot promise that.
Thank you for joining us.
Right.
Presumably drow sensitivity, they had.
Team captains, secondaries. Today is going to be a day where you are mostly going to be focused on the upcoming mission. At least for those going on the mission. Now, Mr. Neller, of course, will be helping the teams that will be going out shortly after these announcements, I believe.
Indeed.
What was it?
I wish to speak to the 3 captains of the teams going to make sure that we are finalized and solid on plans. I would not move into any rehearsals opening the forum to endless discussion. It will be a good measure of your leadership skills so far. We will have a brief conversation within my office.
Excellent. As for the rest of you, feel free to do your division work, get some good training in, and prepare to defend the castle while the rest of the teams are gone. Aside from that, there are no major announcements. Now, do we have any questions? All right. Then you are dismissed.
Intriguing.
Yes, sir.
We go to face an advanced level occult spellcaster, and there are no questions at all.
Maybe they are simply prepared, Professor.
I doubt
Wouldn't
it.
that be a sign of a good leader?
Well, we shall see forthwith.
Well, Mr. Neller, I leave them in your care.
Thank you. The captains that are to be bringing their teams on this endeavor, please accompany me to my office. The rest of you, train hard. I will be available in the training grounds later on this day should you have any questions for myself. Do follow on. Tell.
Should we not inform our teams of the day's plans as is standard in case anyone is waiting? Before we, of course, reconvene at your office.
If you feel that they will be greatly inconvenienced for doing so, yes. I do not anticipate it being a long discussion, but by all means, if you would like to take 5 minutes and meet me there, then that may be more suitable.
Of course.
Very good, then. I shall go to unlock the door. Silence. This bodes well, doesn't it? This bodes very well. What are my fucking legs doing? Has VR chat updated? Is that what this is? My legs are straight. Look how straight my legs are. Hope it stays that way. Thank you very much for following, Burnt Simp. Cephilamus. Sespinalmus. That's a hard name to say. Kodor 50. Cho B-Tuber. Chloe the B-Tuber. Zach the Meme 12345 and Haida Ron Brew. Thank you very much for following. Well, I should hope they're not. We're still trying out this new method of sorting out music. So, do let me know if you have any particular feedback. I need to add more tracks, but I've been exceptionally busy of recent. Bernie's alive! But that's a different RP. Where's Camo? Ah, of course, thank you. Unfortunately, it has to be toggled manually. We have played the people who use this technique with doing it automatically post-reset, but unfortunately nothing works reliably. It's because of the way that it interfaces with the smooth camera. Speaking of the smooth camera, it appears to be failing me as we speak. Nah, there we go. New features, new bugs, new VR chat. Ah. Zuko, good to see that you're most eager. Tell me, where is your rendezvous point for Ignis come the morning?
Usually at the mess hall. If there's too many people, we just go to a little side. But normally it's in Ignis dorm.
Understandable. Very good. Just one more then. The elusive Tal. I do wonder if he's been able to find Cecilia.
Yes, I just saw Cecilia show up as I came here.
Tell me, do you captains talk much? Do you have a space to do that or any allocated time?
No set time.
I guess not really, no.
Curious.
Usually when we do talk, it's mostly for missions.
You've all been tasked with something that none of you have done before, all roughly the same thing, all equally, I should say, as unsure about it as the next, and you don't talk much about it. Should we set something up for you, perhaps, to facilitate such conversations? I'd have thought you'd have been fast colleagues.
Well, we did have a would be beneficial.
Certainly.
Maybe having a specific place for captains should be very useful.
Well, we can certainly arrange that. We have ample space on the grounds that yet remains unused. There should be some sort of council of sorts, I should see, and guidance where it is required. Tell me, have either of you held a leadership position before this point? No?
Before coming here, no. This has been my first experience as a leader.
I see. Well, I dare say this may be, if the reports are to be led, one of your first true tests. It is easy to take the blame or hold other people to account when it's all in your interests. But when you're making decisions which the lives of others depend on, things very rapidly become somewhat more controversial. Still struggling with your earpiece, Tal?
No, not the earpiece, Professor. Personal problem, I'm afraid. It won't impede my rationale.
Very good. I've just been told by the others that you've not had much occasion to speak to the other captains. Is this true?
I have only, unfortunately, been within captaincy for 7 days as of now. I've introduced myself and discussed, primarily with, of course, I've spoken to the team captain of Ignis much.
But you've not been invited to any formal council, nor given any pointers or tips.
I have been discussing with the leader of Terror regarding tips for the management of a team.
The leader of Terror?
I have always seen him as functional.
Interesting. I've not had much occasion to speak to him. I will have to make the space for such time today. Either way, as you are aware, I have viewed and graded your various plans moving forwards. The object of today's little discussion is to make sure that we are solid on the plan so that you are able to provide a stable and dependable source of truth and knowledge within a potentially chaotic engagement. As I have said in my classes in the past, fighting is the act of imposing order upon something that is inherently chaotic. As leaders, it is your role to impose and define such order, and you do so with tactics, strategy, and a sound and cohesive plan. Therefore, then, I dare say we should start with perhaps the easier of the two encounters. Or at least as I foresee it. Certainly there is far less potential risk, despite recent endeavors, with the Dreadworm. The nest, so to speak. In your own words, please, describe to me the plan. Who will be going where, what they will be doing, and your rationale for doing so.
Could I start? Maybe each one of us should
Of course, I'll intervene if you wish.
Alright. So, the plan that we've come up with, sir, is to first send a small group, in the group of Lumen specifically, as they have the more stealthy group of people, along with possibly yourself. And I believe we've been informed that who else is coming along in the mission? Miss Bellicosa, Mordred, and Miss Kaya, correct?
Incorrect.
Yes.
Our forthright paladin will be joining us. Good Octavian.
Yes,
right.
we did consider Octavian for our formations, did we not?
Yes. Yes, we have. So along with this stealth team, which will be the one planting the actual bomb, will be yourself, Lumen, and Mordred.
I see.
And,
Who is the one with alchemical skill amongst that number?
I believe Tal, you are, and who else?
Amongst our group for the infiltration leading within Lumen, there is myself and Anura.
I see.
Aurelia also has skill within alchemy.
Well, you mentioned yourself and Anura first. I dare say you will struggle to commence any form of leadership whilst always so worried about a bomb that is within your hands. So I dare say it is best that we perhaps place this payload with your second, so to speak. So who is it to be, Anura or this other?
I believe the... Go ahead.
Wouldn't Kingsley be the best option for holding?
Considering the bomb itself and its form and shape, it indeed would prove less taxing if Kingsley were to carry it. However, they are, well...
Carrying a big shield as well, yeah.
At the front, yes, they are our front line, as it were, for defense. If we were to move them back in the formation, I'm sure it would be less of a problem placing Aurelia into the front of our defense. In terms of activation, I believe Anura, as the more alchemically skilled within Lumen, would be ideal. So Kingsley will be placing it with Anura activating it.
Certainly, and I would certainly bring to your consideration that we are not going in with the intent of raising the attack before the bomb goes off. So therefore, if all goes to plan, there should be no need for a shield to be at the ready, so to speak. Very good. So, about then the efficiency of this bomb. Should all be suitable, or ideal, I should say, all of the dreadworms will be relayed in the deepest, darkest depths at the very back of this cave, where they will all be hit by the bomb in a single mass, and then walk the longest distance through the area of effect to the entrance. This is the ideal scenario. However, this may not be the case. It may well be something to consider that there may be a few young ones, with their poison spray still very much in effect, at the very entrance. If we are to encounter early resistance, how does the plan change?
Should we,
Sorry, go ahead.
of course, should we encounter early resistance, then that is precisely why Professor Nella and alongside, of course, Yuki, I believe, who is skilled within ice magic, are attached to front and center formations, providing a means of targeting the dreadworms themselves. As it is documented, I believe, the dreadworms cease to function with their breath attack, provided they are struck by cold.
I have no doubt that my own abilities will be up to the snuff, but it is good to know that such things are in fact being considered. I will acquiesce to this plan. This is a remarkable instance. In that case, myself and Yuki will take the four into the cave. Should we encounter any resistance, we shall subdue them as quickly as possible, and then forthwith we shall hasten to deposit the bomb. Doubtless the sound or initiation of combat will alert the others. At that point we will have very little time with which to pace and charge the payload. But this is to our favor. If other things within the cave start coming forwards, it starts to remove the need for us to head back. If such makes sense. If they're coming to us, no longer do we need to go so deep within the cave itself. Very good then. So, we have detonated the device, or at least planted it. It will be some time then before it goes off, some minutes, I believe. Do we have any plans to subdue the worms, as it were, or shall we head rapidly to the exit?
I believe the danger posed by the bomb itself. Zuko, please go ahead first.
Well, the plan, at least, from what I've thought, from what I've understood, is for the planting team to set up the bomb and try to go back as stealthily as possible, but also keeping a pace. However, if there were to be some nuisances in the way, then I would think that running would be the best option, with Tel probably alerting us with the hearing that they are being chased.
Understood. So, we will hope that it hits their back line. Do go ahead, Tel.
Yes. The retreat, as it were planned, involved the use of 3 separate teams. Scouting team ahead that would plant the bomb, securing team which ensures that the central area of the caverns is in fact safe to travel back through, to ensure that we do not get interrupted on our way back or caught in the explosion, and of course the entrance team to ensure nothing gets out in the meantime.
Understood. Which of the 2 teams that are not Lumen have the best ranged capability?
That would be Aqua, yes.
I see. Might I perhaps suggest, then, that we do not know how deep these caves go.
Show me around.
If we are to be retreating, and in a hurry at that, a ranged contingent is better suited to cover and waylay the enemy, whilst providing the least risk of leaving people behind. It might make sense, then, to put Aqua some short while inside the entrance of the cave, should the situation allow it, to then cover our rapid exit along with Lumen.
Yes, of course, I am also capable of a long-range spell that could help with the whole situation.
I see. In that case, it would be best placed that you perform the second line of defense. We will rely on Ignis to cover us upon exit from the cave. Now, should everything go to plan in the first act and nothing rapidly crazy has gone off, we shall, of course, reconvene outside of the cave, there to mow them down, so to speak. What will each of your teams be doing? I will start with you, of course, Jarl. The members of your squad, how will they be positioned around the entrance to this cave aperture?
My team is mostly off to one side, with a ranged sort of holding off as central as possible, so that we can he can aim down into the entrance of the tunnel where the worm's heading out, and the others try to keep him back.
Indeed. So ranged in the center, the others stood to one side. You will obviously, as one of the foremost groups of healers, be depended upon particularly heavily within this encounter, should any of them not be affected by the spray. How shall we say? Enfeeblement or reduction. Zuko, then, what will your team be doing when we reach the entrance?
Yes. We have discussed that Team Ignis will be at the right side of the entrance, with Lufran probably being at the farmost right, ready with his shield, together with Caleb, to push whatever comes out in, and likely try to not make anything go back inside.
Indeed, so we intend to loop behind them and form them into something of a corridor. Very good indeed. Where, now, beforehand, you will be depended upon to create a fallback location, such that if someone is injured, it is easy to therefore identify that they are wounded and hurt. It is difficult to determine just how bad a blow is within the heat of battle. Beforehand, can I depend upon you to identify a point on the right side for people to retreat should they be injured?
Of course, sir.
Very good. In that case, Tal, the last explanation falls to yourself.
Team Lumen will be taking a center stance coming out of the caverns themselves. We functionally have two shield bearers, including one of the largest widths of a shield bearer as well within our team, amongst all of the present teams for the mission. Therefore, our role is to ensure that the frontline barrage of the worms heading towards us are kept back. We have our caster, Anura, positioned off to the left in a opening that should allow her to use her magic effectively.
Very good.
However, should need be, we will be spreading out our unit more appropriately. We do not have, unfortunately, knowledge of the environment outside of the cavern entrance and circuitry surrounding it, but I believe a good distance spread should allow us to effectively employ our magic. Additionally, Val will be providing fire support with his rifle from a distance too.
Very good. So making use of that corridor. I take it then, if you are taking center position, it is you, Yorl, and your team that will be taking the left side. Is that correct?
Aye, sir.
Indeed. In that case, are you able to also determine a key rendezvous point beforehand in order to allow people to retreat safely?
Aye, sir.
Very good. Zuko, you had a point.
May I add? Yes. One thing that I do want to bring up is that we've been informed by Tel that one of his team members seems to have a reaction to occult magic. So
good. I was soon to bring that up.
We've thought out the positions of each professors and made sure that Mr. Octavian is nowhere near Stella.
Indeed. So then, one last question for you all, as I believe we are more or less in alignment on this particular endeavor. Disaster. Let us say for 1 second that something unexpected happens, that there is far more within that cave than we originally anticipated, that it also housed some undead that the necromancer had waylaid, or perhaps, dare I say it, there is more entrances or exits to this cave than we originally planned, and all of a sudden we are flanked. What happens then, captains?
I believe the retreat should be at hand, sir.
Very good. How will the retreat be signaled?
Likely preparing the shield bearers to get in front while making the less ranged people, including the injured, to move back first, and having the shields move away slowly.
I spoke not as to the specifics of the retreat, but we will get to that. How will it be signaled? What specific terms will be used? Do go on.
If I may. The retreat to signal should be communicated between the team leaders over their earpieces at the moment, to ensure that it is spread amongst all teams equally. Then I suppose a verbal command to retreat is the most recognized, which will lead us to our individual formations for retreating with our teams and the process. We will need to go over this during our simulation ahead of the day.
Indeed. One thing I would say then, can we agree at this point? Tell, are you quite all right?
Admittedly, Professor, no. I am suffering from a peculiar problem which I believed had alleviated itself over the past few days, but it appears to have cropped back on up.
I understand.
The Chancellor shortly after to discuss.
Very good then. In that case, can we all agree that a single captain sounding the retreat over the earpiece is sign that you should all follow? It does not require discussion, it does not require conversation. If any of you sound retreat, you all retreat. Is that clear?
Yes, Professor.
Very good, and we shall get back and rendezvous where? Are we to spread at odds into the forest, or are we to meet at yet another agreed-upon point further back? This is not an opponent that I expect will be following us with great haste.
So, while the exact rendezvous point hasn't been decided, we do believe that after getting rid of the necromancer, we could likely use a hut as a point for us to return.
I would not count upon that heavily.
However, if that wouldn't be a good choice, then the village would be the best option.
With respect, I tend to disagree. There may be injured, there may be people who need to be carried, and of course a long distance back is likely to tire out and exhaust your forces. I dare say we should proceed as follows. We will enter as a group towards the cave. Whilst we are a respectful distance away, we will ask everybody to look at the ground and go, remember this point. You fall back to this point if the retreat is sounded. We then move forwards, approaching upon the cave. In doing so, as we approach forwards, we will identify the other 2 points, the points which will be used for healing and difficult locations. Of course, should we ever sound the absolute retreat, the effect of these 2 points will be ever clearer, as people who require support need to be in one identifiable group, so the larger and stronger versions of of each team are able to make sure that they haven't left anyone behind. After we have identified those 3 key points, so absolute retreat and the 2 fallback points for the injured, then we will be ready to walk towards the cave. Are we in agreement, captains?
Yes.
Very good. Taro, if you're having something of a headache, would you prefer that we head to another locale to discuss the matter of the necromancer?
No, it's not a headache, Professor. More so a personal. No, perhaps something else. Exhaustion. That is all.
Okay, I'm going to break character here quickly and say, is this a tech issue? Because I'm unsure at present whether this is a tech issue or a character thing.
Fully in character.
Fully in character, good. I just wanted to make sure. It's difficult to determine these things sometimes, as we use the same language for both. Right. Fair enough, then. As with the matter of the necromancer, then, I have stressed to you that it is absolutely imperative that we keep our approach hidden. This is not a dreadworm, this is a thinking enemy, and one who is aware that we are here, we have made ourselves known to them, they will be on the lookout for our return. If we were to advance through the township itself, and we were to make the body of our not inconsiderable force known, then likely the gig will be up. We will be sending the initial troops into something of a death trap. She will see through it like nothing. Therefore, it is imperative that you are able to keep control of your troops, and that you are able to keep them discreet as they pass and hide through the forest. Tell, good lord, do you need to go see Councillor Malik?
No, I would rather make sure that all the important information here is heard by the team leader of Lumen.
Indeed.
I'm fully capable of listening.
Are you fully capable of leading this assault in your current condition?
If my condition is to affect myself as it is now, it has already been discussed with the Chancellor that a stamina potion will be administered, which will alleviate the symptoms enough.
Would you prefer that we reconnoiter somewhere you could sit down? There is a library just outside with ample chairs.
I would appreciate it.
In that case, let's be about it, and you can be assured that I will be speaking to Councillor Malik about this. Do come on.
Thank you.
If you can make your way down, we will sit at one of these tables here. Well, well, do be seated. Very good, then. Rats aside, I thought that those... Well, let me reconvene this. Reestablish this. I thought that sending unprepared students down into the sewers to face the rats would be one of the more daring things that the novices of this academy would be engaged with. I know now that that is short-sighted of me. Let me put no small level of emphasis on this. Approaching a necromancer of their skill, regardless of how they may find themselves in their current state, is one of the most dangerous things, actually the most dangerous thing, that students of this institution have ever done. Please cast aside any doubts about their capabilities. When you go into any form of combat, you cannot assume anything about your opponent. They could be deceiving you. They have every intention to. This necromancer has evaded capture in Fevera for years. They have lived paranoid and in the shadows. They have struggled on and on and on and survived by their wit and guile alone. Though they may seem senile now, casting fourth-level magic and risking backlash with, if they were in fact out of their minds, is unthinkable. Clearly, there is more to this woman than meets the eye. Therefore, we shall approach with stealth as being the absolute priority, and we will then be sending a team to try and pacify this individual. I intend to meet with them in order to offer them a job, so to speak, to leverage the fact that we do in fact have occult teachers at this school, and to leverage the fact that we are, in fact, well, we are, as it happens, an unusual project, so to speak. I hope to establish something of a kinship with her. Do go ahead.
I believe you have also seen that we plan on giving some kind of treat that may either be poisoned or have some kind of sleeping agent.
Indeed. I plan to speak with Bombadil later this day in order to get some of his finest tea as a way of a greeting. I had also intended to speak to Kiki. Apparently she makes particularly good, buns or iced cakes or something. You know, ineffectual stuff. I intend to go down and under good graces try and connect with this woman. highlight the students with me as being particularly striking examples amongst our impressionable minds here, people she can relate to and learn and teach. Something desirable, an object. She craves family, that much is clear. In fact, that's one of the only things we know about this necromancer. We may be able to offer something of a surrogate here, better than the corpses she keeps shambling around anyway. Should all go well, we will administer the sleeping agent, and she will fall unconscious. We do not know how long the sleeping agent will will take effect. It is very, very possible that she may become aware of the fact she is drugged some time prior to falling unconscious. In such an instance, the team inside will be in particularly dire peril. While it may appear to be a cottage, it is always best to think of things such as this as a wizard's tower, at which point we will require a bug-out, an extraction. Who is to be the extraction team?
So, if I may, sir, this is in a situation where we hand over the tea and she were to drink it on the spot, or after some time.
Either or. We will go in there, we will engage her in conversation, and even if everything goes well, even if she drinks the tea, and everything appears to be going amicably, extraction may still be necessary. You have been drunk before, have you not?
Kind of. Tal probably has more experience with that.
Yes, I do.
Well, Tell, you appear to be extremely knackered right now. Would you be able to produce a spell?
Perfect subject. If I put my mind to it, I believe so, yes. I may be impeded, but...
If you believed your life was on the line, would you be able to produce a spell?
Through instinct, yes. I would have no other choice.
Exactly. The same can be said for the necromancer. Make no mistake that the moment she becomes drugged, before she becomes, how shall we say, incapacitated, it is the single most dangerous period that this woman will be. The people who are there, Yuki, myself, Mordred, any others who accompany us, will be in a state in absolute dire peril. We will be there with a high-level occult spellcaster, and all of her fears will have been realized, and instinctually, just as Tal said, she will lash out. I will try my best, of course, to shield people from harm, but the occult is the occult. We will require rapid extraction and a tight plan for doing so. We will require several things. First of all, a free phrase, a keyword, to say that whatever happens, now we are heading to the exit post-haste. This will be agreed with the team upon the day, to make sure it is fresh in all of their minds. The extraction team, on the other hand, must be ready to go as soon as that door opens and they detect that anything is wrong. This extraction team must act, regardless of the situation within the cottage, as if this was the highest level threat they have ever reacted to. Do I make myself clear?
Yes.
So who is going to be the extraction team?
If I may, with our planned positions, Lumen would be the closest to the Witch's Hut, located to the left within the forest in stealth positions.
Indeed.
We are to quickly maneuver in and extract the deception team out, I suppose. That would fall to us, would be the best for it.
Well, I dearly hope so. But yes, do go ahead.
One other thing is Ethereal being one of the people that are a part of this team, the deception team. Ural, if I may add, I know Lethariel is able to the green flare and the red flare. Is that anything else that any other color that he's able to create? Or is it just those two?
I believe he can sort of mix slightly between the two, but those are the main colors at least the clearest to see.
So, I would think that in case of retreat, orange-ish player should be shot, with, of course, Mr. Neller trying his best to, how do you say it, slow down, which enough for Lumen to arrive.
Allow me to propose to you something you may not have considered. If we are leaving the house, as I have already mentioned, regardless of what happens, everyone will need to activate. The extraction team will need to be fastest, of course, but in all likelihood, the undead that she controls will be running rampant. There is no situation upon which we exit that house and everyone present does not activate. Does that make sense? Lothariel, in this plan, is indeed capable of producing a flare. A flare capable of reaching a very long distance, or so I am to be told. Perhaps I suggest that, should worst come to worst, Lothariel is given a rather different task with their flares. And that is simply our fallback plan. If Lothariel fires that blast in the air, that will be the signal to Miss Bellicosa to show us why we should be so fucking afraid of her. I have no doubt that if she puts her mind to it, leveling a cottage will be beneath her skill. But that is a worst comes to worst. It is a explosive option, shall we say, should all things be quite tired. Therefore, please, if we are in agreement, captains, communicate to Lothariel that her job is just as important, but she will be the one who will need to... he will be the one who needs to check that the house is clear and call in the strike from our vulnerable Sphinx. Are we in agreement, captains?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Professor.
Very good. In that case, Lumen, you will be our extraction squad. You have already been shown as being confident within your stealth abilities, thus you have volunteered yourself into the cave. I will not query that one any longer. The team that will be going inside the house is true. In your initial plans, you decided to attack each gate. Have you had further thoughts on that?
Well, considering your impromptu information and, well, I guess debriefing of the said plan, I do believe that the dangers posed by the hut itself that may be present are something to consider, something that I will admit us three as team captains I believe have not been briefed on or are aware of. So, when it comes to military strategy, I would suggest we take counsel from someone more well-versed when it comes to this particular situation.
In that case...
Of course, should...
do go on.
I wish to suggest that perhaps the considerations put in place were to see the undead and the necromancer themselves as a more common foe rather than the true danger a spellcaster may possess. As such, any critique or suggestions are valid and, well, should be taken.
Well, in that case, in your original plan, you had made... whilst much consideration was there, and I do not intend to dishearten you, certainly thinking was evident. You had a position whereby, if we have our house here, we had our extraction team here and another team here, with the gates at either side. This is difficult, because it means that the more the undead pull within this direction, the further, the easier it will be for our team up here, our, how shall we say, combative squad to fire into our own men. This is not desirable. In all likelihood, the undead are singularly, how shall we say, melee focused. As such, instead of having our team here, it would be better to position them round to the side, such that as our extraction team moves our stealth team, I do apologize, as our extraction team moves our stealth team back, the house becomes more and more available to them to fire. In essence, as the extraction team moves back, this team is able to activate and use the fullest extent of their abilities. This allows us to draw them away from the house. It allows the extraction team to focus on what they need to do, which is pulling us, Yuki, everyone within that house out, and it means that the extraction team and stealth team can redouble to form a collected front. Does anyone have any other ideas or protests to this plan?
No protest, sir.
Very good. Do we all agree that it should be relatively easy to tell what indeed is happening based on the speed at which we exit that property? Very good.
I would imagine so.
In that case, I bid you all find your team members and give yourselves a pat on the back. I have not been kind to you this day, but I hope you understand that given my previous tenancy here, I have a renewed interest in making sure this particular operation goes well. You have all shown a great initiative and improvement in your thinking. Particularly tell that you are struggling to stay awake at this present in time. It is impressive to see the thought you have put into this, if it was in fact in equal part, given how new you are to your position. If there are no further questions or things that people would like to bring forward, then you are dismissed. Do you require support finding your rest potion?
I'll bring him
No,
to us.
Yes, you could. That would be rather good, I believe.
Are we to run that simulation soon today?
Indeed. Upon the hour, I shall be within the training ground. I shall be there receiving various questions, and then shall we say by half past the hour we will be attempting to run the simulation for the first time. I intend not to keep you for overlong. We shall do one run-through of the event, answer any questions, and I should stress to you that this is not a time that we will be taking feedback or comments about the plan. This is a time for you to exercise your leadership.
Bell to be rang.
Of course, I will reconvene with Malik to make sure this is happening. When you hear a bell, you will have 10 minutes to see the grounds.
Thank you, sir.
Good day, all.
Let's go, buddy.
Zuko, yes, if we should run into any of Team Lumen along the way, I'll inform them that I need to discuss something with them.
Oh, fucking hell. Planning.
You don't have to be. You just have to come to me and learn somehow to make some bombs, as they say. I'm glad you asked. We can work with that. We can also customize the type of bomb you can do.
Knock, knock, knock.
More pizzazz and work. Hello? Yes? Come in.
Thank you.
A lot of people coming in today. Hello!
I do apologize. I've just been busy briefing and debriefing the team captains on the assault. I did hope to impose upon you for some tea.
Of course. Of course. Let me just finish my business here, and I'll be with you in a couple.
Allow me
That's
to
all right with you.
restate my interest. I require some tea leaves that I can bring to a certain individual in the forest as a show of good faith. The sort of tea leaves that might disguise certain intoxicating mixtures that would be provided along with it. Is that something you would be able to provide for the morrow?
Of course. And intoxicating leaves. Well, I don't have those in stock right now, but I can lace them with a special coating that would, once placed into water would taste as normal as tea, but should have a. Would you prefer poison or sleeping effect?
We are hoping for a sleeping effect should the current plan be followed, and it is important that the sleeping takes effect as quickly as possible.
All right. Well, the most I can do is a minute and 30 seconds, so after drinking the potion, you'll have to distract them for a bit. Is that possible?
I take it they will be quite aware that they are becoming drowsy.
That is quite a problem.
No, we have discovered this. I do not expect that your powers would be able to knock them out instantly, or that they wouldn't be at all aware that they were being poisoned. Listen, this is the problem that we have brought forward, and I do apologize for interrupting, but this is of somewhat vital importance to the plan for our engagement, shall we say, in the days to come.
Of course.
Please, it will be interesting to learn of the skills of the great Bombadil. If you are able to find anything, it would be marvelous.
I do believe there's something outside the forest I can get. All right, then. Consider this a challenge for me.
Indeed. I look forward to seeing the results.
The most I can... All right, then.
Though I would...
I'll be going outside the gates for a bit, but yes, go on.
Well, if you require escort, I'm sure there are more than enough students who will be able to forage with you. A veritable expedition of sorts. I will say, however, that we plan to have a rehearsal later this day in order to go over the plans for the engagement. So, if you hear a bell, that is the sign that we will be requiring the students for some 10-20 minutes within the arena. Yes, Avi.
Okay, got you. All right, then.
Does that include me, or is it just certain?
You will also be required. In fact, I believe Yorl is trying to find you even now.
Oh, gotcha. I'll, should I go now or should I go in the bell?
Well, I don't know the nature of your business here. Once again, I do apologize for dejecting. I just have a particular interest in making sure that this goes down as well as possible, and of course the good professor is forewarned. Good day. Apologies for the interruption, Professor Bombadil.
Don't worry about it, Professor Nella. You've given me a good idea today, though. All right, then. All right, new plan. Are you guys free?
Emma, was it?
I don't understand.
Have you seen Kiki about today?
Not at all, sir. He seemed to still be in bed. Maybe feeling all unwell.
Shame. I will need to send a message of sorts. Have a very pleasant day. God damn it, the one day I need Kiki to bake something and she's not here. Fuck it. I know he has some sort of addiction going on, Tal.
Okay, sure.
Apologies for interjecting. Have you seen the Chancellor at all?
No, not today. I don't think at all, actually. I'm sure he's around.
I will need to see if I can find him. Have a good day, both.
Thank you, sir.
I need to be at the arena soon. Actually, I need to be at the arena in 2 minutes. In that case, I will get there. This is what I'm doing today. I'm planning. Making sure kids don't die. I'm being a defense professor. I saw Ventus there. No reason I wouldn't seize upon the opportunity. Teleporters, I should have known it.
Absolutely.
That's what we're here for.
Apologies for interrupting.
Until they do.
I don't suppose either of you could signal Chancellor Malik, letting him know to sound a bell within half an hour, could you? I am quite unable to myself.
Sure.
Thank you kindly both. I will have to attend my post in the arena before long. I do wish you a very pleasant rest of your day, should we not speak again before the evening.
To you too. Oh, Professor.
Yes.
You wouldn't mind if I had a gander?
Of course.
At some point when that happens?
I have just been,
30 minutes at the arena?
Yes, I have just been finalizing plans with the team captains. It took some time getting there, but with a good bit of feedback and a few things that they hadn't considered pointed out to them, I believe we should have a reasonable plan of attack.
You don't mind if I hear it out?
Of course. I'm more than happy to speak to you. I don't know if anyone will be attending me in the arena in the next half hour. We may as well, talk it out.
I agree. See, my personal take on this whole situation was to observe merrily, but I do appreciate your concerns for the squads. At least trying to keep them alive for some extent.
Indeed. I believe that given the severity of the challenge, I believe that they took this quite seriously. They proposed the plan that they intended to carry forwards, and as is often the case with members of the student body, they simply lack the experience to take all things into consideration.
Of course.
They're
still green.
That they are. Their original plan was, in regards to the necromancer, showed no small number of initiative. They intended to get a small squad into the house, try to ameliorate ourselves to the woman, and then to drug her, forcing her to fall asleep whilst we took care of her and her unfortunate victims. It seemed that they had put little thought into, first of all, the wisdom of assaulting a wizard in their tower, and second of all, that it does in fact take a decent amount of time for any form of rest medicative to take effect. Whilst I believe it is in our best interests... Sorry, do go ahead.
No, I completely agree. It's... Someone of that skill level would immediately understand what's happening. It seems a little too childish to me to think that, they can handle it that way. Well, I mean, by all accounts and purposes, what you do is you destroy the fuck out of that thing. You burn it.
Indeed.
You kill it. I don't care what its feelings are.
It is not the feelings of the necromancer that I am concerned about. Simply monopolizing, seizing upon this as a learning opportunity. The plan as it stands, then, is that I, along with Mordred, I believe, and a number of the students, will go forwards and offer her a job. The rest of the school will be, the force will be hiding in the forest, making sure that the paranoid woman, who has obviously evaded capture for no small length of time, stands the least chance of knowing that we are there bearing her ill favor. I hope to bring her
and what
offerings.
Is the end goal?
Speaking quite candidly, though I would appreciate that you keep this in hushed tones.
Of course. You have my word.
Chancellor Malik has decreed that I destroy the house, the necromancer, and any soul jars found within, and I intend to follow orders.
I agree with that sentiment.
The plan was that we would use this as something of a learning opportunity. I would not assault a 4th level, at least, spellcaster, purely off the cuff, not with students as green as this. Disabling them does appear to propose no small level of merit, if such a thing is indeed possible. However, after she has drunk the concoction, we intend to leave the property post-haste, at which point a second team will be focusing on extracting us as quickly as possible, while the third stands nearby in the bushes there to provide cover support, so that we may be able to rally and form a normative defense against the undead who are sure to follow, and possibly her indeed if she has her wits about her, though Acteris does seem to believe otherwise. We hope to seize upon the habit of undead to typically be melee-focused, hoping that they will follow us in something of a reasonably linear column, so that we may be able to enswarm them and dispatch the soldiers within their heads post-haste. Our fallback measure is, of course... do go ahead.
Now, my only question, of course, is, plans sometimes don't go the way that they're supposed to. Is there any idea of what to do if they do not drink it?
Indeed. If they do not drink it, we will go forwards with the original plan. Between myself and Mordred, we will try and cover an exit while the students exit as soon as possible, at which point Lothariel, with a flare, will be positioned to launch a signal up into the air, a sign for the good Miss Bellicosa to do Bellicosa things to a small hut.
I completely understand. Oh, that's the church's favorite way of doing things.
Indeed.
Not a bad idea.
Yes. Do not get me wrong, Octavian. I am not particularly fond of much of the methods at work here. There are simply too many risks at play, but equally this is an important point for the students to learn. Despite what we tell them about necromancy, many of them still hold reservations about attacking what they see to be, to some extent as another, an innocent old woman. It is not common knowledge amongst the student base that, I intend to dispatch the woman shortly afterwards.
They have to learn some way.
That they do. But they have shown no small measure of growth in proposing this plan. Not long ago, Zuko would have been the last to propose subterfuge. Yuki, the timid fox as Virakar, would have never have put herself forward to be able to do such a thing, take someone to dinner only to drug them, knowing it is likely to result in their death. And more besides, Lothariel seemed particularly perturbed by the matter as well, though vastly quicker to answer. This is an important learning opportunity for them, and I intend not to squander it.
I leave it in your hands then, of course.
Indeed.
I mean, that seemed to be the plan all along. I'd like to merely observe at the current moment, but of course, if something happens, I'm here.
Indeed. Well, I believe that you are in fact being called upon within one of the squadrons, if it would please you.
Yes, that would work. That'd probably be the best.
And whilst I agree this was more or less the plan so along, you should have seen the plan that they intended to impose. They saw, there are gates either side of her house, therefore a perfect choke point for me to use. As if a wizard hasn't thought of such a thing. Tell me, do you honestly think any defending force wouldn't have also thought that this is a particularly useful aperture seen right here?
No, you're absolutely correct. It's a wizard. Oh boy.
The absolute worst thing to do is to attack them in their own grounds. We need to get them out of there as soon as possible. And not only that, but they seemed quite keen with allowing Miss Bellicosa and other ranged advocates, Raum included, to fire towards their own men.
Well, this is, as you've mentioned, a learning experience. Perhaps a few burns would help them understand that next time.
Perhaps it
that
might.
Is the case.
But I dare say I've chastised them enough for that decision at this present moment in time.
Yes, sometimes harsh words tend to prove what they need to know.
As for the Dreadworm, I believe it is the case that we will now be taking a small team of Lumen who appear to favor stealth, carrying the bomb inside the cave. Myself and Yuki will accompany them in order to subdue with our ice affinities any that... Who's this now?
We're a team. If we have to get in trouble together in order to improve, then we will.
Oh, that's always promising.
And some, bro. That's what they tend to do.
Indeed.
Oh my jeez. I swear to God, every time I see them, they make me feel unease. Are they self-incriminating themselves in front of the professors?
It appears that that's what's going on, yes. Well, I would prefer obvious idiots working their magic than capable ones. Good day.
You'd prefer that?
Oh,
Good day, Professor.
to be able to see them coming, absolutely. But...
I
What?
spoke to the Chancellor, but he's quite occupied with Talcaras in the med ward at the minute.
Good Lord. What is wrong with the boy? I was talking to him for some 10 minutes, and the boy scarcely seemed to keep his eyes open. I'm aware that I may be something of a bore at times, but that is quite incredible. He seemed to be on his last leg, so to speak. Does he have some form of affliction?
I don't know.
I believe there has been some information circulating as to what's been going on with him, but the Chancellor is aware of it.
Indeed, the Chancellor also appears to be aware of an affliction of one of his comrades, some sort of occultic sensitivity. I've never heard the like.
Makes me suppose curious. What are your views on it?
On the occult?
Yes.
I used to study it every day. A long time ago.
Ah. You say you used to.
Indeed.
If you don't mind me asking, prying a little, what happened?
That's something of a long story. Suffice to say that I have lost most of the occultic aura that I once possessed. For one reason or another.
I see.
But there will be more
understand.
to speak
My
of this in more private quarters, if you catch my meaning.
Of course. I do.
You require something ethereal.
I wasn't sure if we were meeting for the training here.
We are indeed. We are trying to... The Chancellor will be ringing a bell of sorts, an announcement, to let people know that... Well, that would appear to have been it. In that case, we will...
Yes, it would.
What?
What is going on? How do they do this in front of professors and act like it's completely normal?
I have no idea. They have literally no mind for the covert whatsoever.
Literally just monkeys running around.
Indeed. Well, we're expecting Ignis, Lumen, and Aqua. And Aqua's at least made the best showing of it so far, and Umber is still unclear as to whether they want to incriminate themselves or not.
I think they always are. They're always incriminating themselves.
Did you know that he decided to eat a load of moldy bread? That Yiko individual.
Which one? Oh, the stone boy?
Yes, a load of moldy bread which was
familiar.
granted to him by none other than a necromancer. Yuki, thank you for arriving.
By any chance he's not being manipulated?
If you want to exercise his demons, good priest, I would be more than advocating for that course of action. I dare say he requires urgent spiritual attention.
Alright, time to punch him in the stomach.
That works as well.
He's not going to act.
I'm not surprised.
He probably will.
Allow me to inform you that getting punched in the stomach is him getting off extremely lightly by Octavian standards. My word, I don't know if...
Oh, no, we know, sir.
I don't know if you know much about his church, but,
Keep that broom with you. We may need
yes.
it. Back any student who
Sadly, I must say that I am not very religiously knowledgeable, sir.
I see. Well, you'll be extremely religiously knowledgeable by the time they get wind you're practicing the occult. Let me just tell you that for a start. There we go. People filtering in, people filtering in. The first of Team Lumen arrives, always promising. I had told Avi myself that he would be required on the sounding of the alarm, so it's most troubling to see him not present. But it appears they may have been reconnoitering in the wrong location.
I've already informed Avi and Gil maybe a couple moments more. They're still running, so
I understand.
Getting the ingredients.
Have you asked on the...
Indeed, that's quite important. I take it you had the wrong meetup location, given that you were just around the corner.
Yes, team captains.
Not a problem.
So, okay, well...
Are you feeling any better, Tal?
Like, hey, I really need to find my two teammates, Gelov and Lefron. Have you seen them?
I had a discussion with the Chancellor, and
on the earrings would hear it.
at the moment, at least, I am capable of functioning. Step out should it become too much.
I should hope so. Well, whilst me and the other professors will be present, it will be primarily down to yourself, Yorl, and indeed Zuku, to lead this little exercise, though do be hasty about it. You will be the people ostensibly in charge of this operation, so therefore if you are not able to provide sufficient and clear commands within an empty arena, I dare say you have a long way to go before doing it within actual practice. Is this all we are expecting today? Avi excluded, of course.
Avi is with Bombadil. They got the sleeping agent, and unfortunately Avi got it in a cut, and now his arm is asleep.
I see. Oh, by the way, whilst we are here and still waiting a few things, Ulysses, if you could possibly arrange for your harpy companion to provide some measure of confectionery for this this expedition, that would be most appreciative. They may have full use of the kitchens to do so. I will inform the Madari post-haste. I dare say that her muffins may be extremely important to this engagement.
Sir, excuse me, I'll go get Luca, since Lyra isn't feeling the best today.
Fair enough. Luca was running around earlier trying to figure out what best to do with himself, so by all means.
He's right there, crouching on the ground.
Interesting.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Thank you, sir.
You know why you're here,
question?
Neil?
No. I was told event bell. That was it.
Oh, so you were just told, so nobody informed you of any actual information. Okay. Basically,
There are worse things than standing to attention when a bell is sounded. At least you're showing more initiative than the rest of them.
Yeah, you're doing great, actually.
Oh. I don't know. They said event bell, and then they dropped me. They were gonna toss me in a lake.
Interesting.
Perhaps that plan should continue.
I mean, can he attend, like, just because if we're missing a person, you know, you could just fill in.
I don't know if I'd be entirely comfortable with taking someone completely fresh, but I will...
Oh, okay.
Okay. As does Val.
Follow rules.
You're right,
No
Neil.
one's explained them to me, and I don't know what they are. Alright, take care. It's
Sorry,
Nil.
Professor,
Okay, goodbye.
Luca
Neil
seems to
and
be
Boyd are
having
good.
a
Neil.
little bit of
Appreciate it,
an
Neil.
issue, so he'll probably take a second.
Not to worry, I'm sure you can fill him in later, I'm sure. Given that he is just here at a supporting role, you will be able to sort him out. In that case, team captains, if you would be kind enough to stand forward. I take it you figured out who you are by this stage, Jarl?
Sorry, sir, my head.
Understandable. I too have a few headaches at the moment. This is, from this point on, your exercise. We have agreed upon the plan. You are to relay it to the troops here, and both the assembled and ourselves, as the professors, are at your beck and call for this rehearsal. The floor is yours, gentlemen.
Alright, so as a brief beginning, Ulysses and Luca, the reason why you two are here is because recently Lafron and Lyra haven't been feeling the best, so in the situation that they are unable to come to the mission, Ulysses, you will be Lafron's replacement, and Luca, you will be Lyra's.
Understood.
Right.
Understood.
So.
Right. Zuko and Yoro.
Yes.
Before we start, I believe it's right that we should delegate our positions for teaching as we go through this, right? So, I believe we should start with the Dreadworm plan, of course, and head inside the arena promptly. Now,
of course.
If
All
there
right.
is preference, would you like to take the lead on such a description?
Of course.
They didn't know I was going to do this, so I'm really putting them on spot.
Out of the Professor. Sorry, the name is escaping my head. Well, yes, but Kayat isn't. Could I?
Aberdeen.
Aberdeen.
So, Miss Aberdeen, would you be the replacement for Miss Kayat in this situation?
I could, sure. Why not?
All right. So, everyone, head inside the arena. We are going to deal with the first.
We will be
the
dealing
first
with the Dreadworm briefing.
Scenario, yes.
Initially. We will be giving you an update on the situation regarding the necromancer afterwards. The Dreadworms are our primary target, after all. And such it shall be dealt with first.
Really?
Alright, so, head inside.
I'm gonna swarm all at the same time.
Professor, I have no idea.
Can I pull you aside for a moment?
Of course. But after this discussion,
We're practicing for the mission.
please be aware that there is going to be
I'm
no
sorry, you don't have to
casting
remember
within
every
this
single
whole
name
thing.
thing. They just
There should be
have
no
to
occult
say
magics that you will need to worry about.
Informations.
Oh, thank you.
Sure,
thank you.
fuck it.
It wasn't on that matter. It's on something else.
Hello.
Well, I'm afraid that this takes our pressing concerns. It would be unsuitable to
Of course, of course.
allow our captains, well, not give our captains our full attention.
Headmaster?
I was standing still. You almost ran into me.
We can do this later.
How convenient of him to leave it over here.
Let me fix them for you.
I like how you didn't ask him and you just made that up. He's like right there.
You'll be filling in for.
How convenient.
Oh, we're
Hey,
getting
just so
Professor,
you know,
wherever you need me,
said
I
you
have
left
no
your
idea
shield-
what I've
your
done
shield
here
over
for.
there. So,
We have agreed some battle plans for the attack on this necromancer and indeed the Dreadworms. Various professors will be there providing oversight and support should the worst happen. I believe the team captain should be able to direct you to where need be, but between yourself and I, they're clearly inexpert at this, and we're just here to support.
Oh, that works for me.
If it seems like a mess, it's not my doing. I've kind of launched this upon them. Test of their leadership skills.
So we are expecting them to fail, is what you were saying?
No. I expect this to be a vital learning experience.
Okay, sorry, I was having a bit of a headache there. So, we'll be first explaining our formations for the cave where the dragons reside. There's going to be 3 teams with 3 different roles to them. First will be the planting team. This will be Team Lumen. And together with Team Lumen will be Professor Mordred and Mr. Neller. Tal, if you could get them in.
If I may, perhaps it's best we inform them of our objective first and the.
And she will be on the planting team. I wish to inform you, we are designing a better mechanism for planting the bomb, make it so it's easier for you, a timer.
I'm very glad to hear it. I've seen nothing of the device myself, and distressed to know that the captains appear to have little information on it.
To bring
the Ethitech division is designing it today, so I'm not surprised they do not know about it.
Being there as help for whatever may come your way. After placing the bomb, you will be retreating. In the meantime, Team Ignis will be in the middle of the cave, making sure that nothing moves forward or nothing comes from any possible other entrances. We've had similar situations with the rats before where they would come out of little holes where they could crawl from. And as for Team Aqua, they would be at the entrance as the killing team. In case anything were to happen, as soon as people get back, they'll be killing immediately. Together with Team Aqua is going to be Miss Cayette and Miss Bellicosa. Go ahead.
Sorry, just to reaffirm, the mission, as it is, as we know, is to deal with...
They're not doing overly badly. I doubt I will go the day without clarifying more than a few things.
Reaffirm that we've been given is that we are to deal.
It's more they are not used to standing in front of people and giving talks.
Located deep
it's more presentation skills and leadership skills. We will see if they're able to actually lead afterward this.
The queen of those dreadworms. Now, in terms of what we're to expect, there are...
At least 2 of them are used to speaking to groups of people, however, not in this format. It's an interesting learning experience. I dare say Zuko's doing better than I anticipated.
Oh, sure, and this will be a good way for their, how do I say correctly,
we have formulated a plan
other students to, I believe, roast them over this
some individuals
later today,
have not had experiences in the past.
I have expressed just as much to them. It is easy to be the leader of a group of people who are struggling to strive by, where they are all subject to the same forces. This is the first time they are really standing apart as military leaders, deciding their own fate, representing the opinions of those beneath them. It is going to be a difficult one for them. I intend to arrange for some sort of group or meeting between the leaders that they can use for support.
Compromised of the forward team. secure entry. So, very well. I'll continue.
I'll pause you, Q.
The entry team is to secure the entrance of to ensure that it is safe and to be prepared to treat anyone with medical wounds upon exit. The secure team, which will be described alongside, I believe, Luca, will be holding a center of these caverns. You are to ensure that the forward scouting team is able to retreat without a worry to their security once the bomb has been planted, or in the event of a retreat. Is this understood?
It seems that one of our captains is struggling.
Yes.
Yes.
Clear.
It does indeed, but are you referring to the person subject to the whims of Flux, or the one who's yet to say anything?
Both, actually.
Perhaps like to take over for a moment.
Yarl, the blonde-haired half-elf, intends to be a ship captain.
I apologize for arriving late.
You all hear me or do I?
It's not feeling very well.
Rather shout.
No
Might have
worries.
to, might have to
Step
talk
in
loud,
line.
yeah.
You shout. Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll catch you up.
Alright, apologies. Go ahead.
You're
You are not shouting.
He wasn't talking. Should we save them, or should we let them struggle?
That shouting?
Yes.
There we go. As was said, we'll be split into 3 teams. Be the infiltration team. Payload, which is the bomb.
Oh, I see.
Ideally getting it as deep into the nest as possible
could I
before
know
planting
where
it,
Mr.
and
Deviant
then
is?
priming it.
I'm afraid I have no idea.
Falling back.
That's okay.
I will go
in the
look
middle,
for him.
so
A moment.
Ignis will be making sure that the route
Octavian, hold on, I fluxed.
infiltration will be as clear as
Octavian is
possible, as well as
checking the other teams, and he's going to return to us
making
shortly.
sure that the entrance remains clear, as well as holding position should anyone require to be pulled out for healing or any such. Then, ideally, the bomb will go off, and we will be pulling ourselves out of the cave to form a position at the cave's entrance, with Gra holding the left side, Lumen in the middle, and Ignis on the right, forming a corridor, so to say, and with emphasis on ranged in the middle, so they get a nice clear firing range down into the mouth of the cave, hoping to suppress worms that are fleeing, radiating through the caves from the bomb.
Alright.
All right.
Anything in the lead up to that?
No, you gave more or less everything there, aside from some details on our formation, but we'll go over those in a moment.
One more thing to add before we do head in is that we are going to designate positions outside the cave for recovery, such as healing.
What was the first bit? I didn't hear that.
You're whispering.
You're whispering. We will be designating a position for healing and retreat.
There we go. The healing is what I mean.
That works.
All right. So, when it comes to formations, Lumen together with Yuki, sorry, not Yuki, together with Neller and Mordred will be at front. So, Al, if you could position your team.
Potato.
Very well. Lumen, on me. All right, so, and Professor Nella, of course, as well. Very well. So, whilst
Which team am I on? Oh.
In this case,
give him a moment.
Okay.
So.
Right, Zuko, if you would like to perhaps grab the other teams as we go through our formations separately, to keep everyone busy at once.
On me.
Right.
Over here.
Sure. Give me 1 second. I'm be right back.
Very well. So, first of all, it has been decided that Kingsley, you will be our bomb carrier. We believe that the bomb itself in its finished form should be a large pot of a kind with a deployable potion device in that will then detonate after a significant amount of time. As such, the device's operation is rather complicated. Therefore, I believe our individual with the most skill in potions and alchemy, Anura, should take the role of making sure a mixture and concoction does go off.
A point of information.
Yes, Cecilia.
I believe the Aethertech division plans to make renovations to improve the explosive device today. As such, it may be worth talking to Oberdeen afterwards and to advise your team to ready perhaps that other people may be required to manipulate the bomb. This is new information to myself as well.
I might as well clarify that now then, if I may.
Bellicosa's with us?
Instead of having the more crude explosive device that we were talking about before, where the bomb might be unpredictable, we are going to be designing an exact timer for the bomb. It will be simple, anybody can use it, anybody can design it, but you will have an exact timer. Tell me exactly how much time you would like, and we can set the bomb for that, exactly.
Well, could this be changed on the fly? I'm afraid we do not know what the cavern's length is, so therefore we can't decide how long it's going to take for us to get out.
That is the caveat. We will be working with an Aetheric. We will be using an Aetheric decay timer in order so that it is a dead drop. It means that we will have to set it before.
Maybe replace one of us with her.
In that case, you will have no choice but to err on setting too long a timer. This will cause a problem if it is a small cave, however, for a longer one it will save our lives.
Very well. Well, Cecilia, you had something to state.
I would advise against Kingsley carrying the bomb, as he is our vanguard. And it would be better if somebody in the back would carry it.
I will return to my group.
Explain.
Very good, thank you.
Right. Well, the situation is going on in. We are not to be expecting significant amounts of combat. Our goal is to enter stealthily inwards. We are not to have our shields drawn. We are to make as little noise as possible. Our goal is to get in and plant the bomb and then get out quickly. We do not want to deal with these dreadworms at their full capacity or full strength. Therefore, we should assume going inwards that our strategy should be to handle these dreadworms with efficiency. And therefore, Kingsley, I would like to ask that you carry the bomb to ensure it is safe. You are the tallest amongst our number and, dare I say, the strongest. Therefore, I believe an advantage to your height is that the bomb itself will stay relatively well protected.
To alleviate certain fears, if I may interject once more.
Yes, of course.
As you are aware, the dreadworms are developing and producing no small amount of toxin around their lair. This is a defensive mechanism which usually, of course, prevents anything drawing close. It falls down or is repelled from the territory of the creature. This is not a creature which naturally expects predators within its own home. It goes to great lengths to protect its space, and is not likely, dare I say, to be waiting at the entrance, such as a pack of wolves or other sorts. As such, I believe a stealthy approach is, in fact, something that we can perform.
I will also be able to perform a more
And
full second level spell.
in the event that an approach with stealth does not work, we have ensured that Professor Nella will be accompanying us for the infiltration. As you are aware, Professor Nella is skilled within cold magic. That being, in particular, the weakness of dreadworms, capable of stopping them from using their breath weapon. Should we encounter difficulty within, we will quickly judge and adapt to the situation. Should there prove to be a large amount of dreadwoods heading to our position and encroaching upon us, it is to be considered that the infiltration has failed. It is not going to be easy. We will be deploying the bomb at that position and working with the plan from there as we retreat as quickly as possible to the exterior of the cave to then see, going forward, how effective the bomb was. We cannot say until it happened, but in the event that the bomb is non-functional, we are to retreat. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
In the event that we are assaulted beyond a number we can handle, we are to retreat. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. And finally, should there be a small number of dreadworms that do assault us and we are forced to dispatch them, yet the cavern itself seems to remain relatively quiet and approachable, we are to proceed with sudden haste to then plant the bomb before retreating as is planned. The anchor team in the center will be informed of this process and additionally informed over communication of every individual detail. We are going to be keeping in touch with both teams in their locations to ensure we have a steady retreat. Therefore, safety is paramount during this. Right. Any questions before we get on to our traveling formation?
Having whoever is closest to
Very well.
Yes, Professor.
A question, Talcaraz.
Of course, Professor Mordred.
If I recall correctly, Val is more proficient in range combat, correct?
That is correct.
With his weaponry being a loud gun, how is he going to be using that in the stealth mission then, or are we relying on something else?
No, I would suggest that Val, as I am aware, he does have some experience training with melee weapons. He will be substituting his rifle for the infiltration for a melee weapon at the time.
Allow me to put something forward. Whilst I have been perhaps seen amongst the campus for my skill in glasses, Ventus is also an affinity of mine. Using such, I am able to suppress noise and indeed prevent smells from carrying. I have little practice in using it to filter out the toxins in air, but it should be an interesting experience. I do intend to try and suppress sound from bouncing across the cavern as much as possible. However, we should all be ready that if we do engage a target early, in all likelihood, at least the Queen would come to investigate. So, with that in mind, I dare say the safer option is to engage with full force, dispatch any predatory worms as quickly as possible, still at full power as they are, and then hasten with the remainder of the plan, as the good Tell has relayed here.
Yes, you're going to need a clearer line of sight.
I agree.
Perhaps then you
Well,
understand.
That is everything regarding our initial plan. Now on to our formation going forward.
Actually, I did have a question.
Val and... Oh, yes, Kingsley.
Isn't actually forming part of the wall.
In regards to the weight of the
I'm not sure if
the
you heard me
bomb,
correctly, but I don't just have fire spells. I
how
have
heavy?
earth,
Do we
electric,
know
wind, and
how heavy it is? Because if it's heavy, I am going to be very slow.
This is something to speculate, but I do believe it will require a degree of strength on your behalf to carry. The reason you've been suggested for carrying this particular bomb is due to your superior strength to others within our unit. Therefore, should it prove to slow you down, which we will soon discover, I am sure, once the bomb is complete and in its final form, we will be able to move with as much speed as possible.
A suggestion, perhaps. Please convene with Professor Bombadil as to the weight of the device. I doubt an etheric matrix and simple decay timer will add much to the overall weight. If you feel that the size of the payload that he has created is too much for yourself, perhaps a strengthening or enlargement spell might be at hand. Preferably strengthening for obvious reasons within a cave. But absolutely, if you doubt your abilities, the entire plan hinges upon your success. Please use the school resources as necessary. I'm sure Bombadil will be delighted to experiment, shall we say.
Professor.
Kalkros.
Yes.
Another question. Is it wise to forfeit a defensive student from the front lines to a back line just to carry the mechanism? Or sacrifice for
Well,
carrying abilities, I would say.
of course, this has been a consideration, and the plan going forward, as described, was to infiltrate without combat. As such, we have prepared for that with our aim. Should combat prove to be something we must handle, then we do have another capable defensive student who will be taking the lead of our formation when it comes to that. Kingsley will function as our rear guard, carrying the explosive device himself.
Is that suitable in your belief?
If that is what you believe in, and you have confidence in your one defender, who am I to say?
Allow me to put it another way, then. It makes no sense in an infiltration operation to put your largest and most encumbered member first. Such things are better put towards Viking and smaller creatures, such that they can scout out ahead of time.
If the preparation is to get ready for a full-on assault and deal with them as quickly as possible, wouldn't it be wise to have the defensive people to protect the assault team?
Allow me to clarify, then. The purpose of the stealth team is to get inside with some level of safety. There is no plan which does not involve dealing a large amount of magical damage, and otherwise very quickly to a target, dropping a bomb, and then extricating as quickly as possible. The assault happens outside of the cave. Inside the cave we want as little combat as possible, and we shall not be using shields, as such are only really necessary in a protracted assault.
Very well. Continue then, Telcross.
Very well. On to formation. Then, to begin with, our infiltration formation. For this formation, of course, Kingsley, I would like you stationed at the back for reasons that have been verdantly described.
So, if you would like to position yourself here for me.
Thumbs up to you too. Thank you, Castroseed. Or Catastroseed? Catastroseed, I like that. It's a good name.
Of spacing between ourselves on the event of surprise from a dreadworm to avoid the spread of their breath weapon. Next up, Val, with your ranged weaponry, should we be suppressed or require you to use the full might of your weapon, I would like you positioned here in front of Kingsley. Next, Honora, I would like you positioned here.
You said, right?
In regards to use of your magic,
Never mind, it was a stupid thought. I'm going to be here.
whilst it is important to use in combat, we will be switching to another formation when such a time arises. You will understand when it comes to it. Very well. Next, at the center of our formation, Stella. Your functionality to use your spear or halberd, I believe.
Do you know how dreadworms interface with demon blood?
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I don't think I've actually combated them before, so that's something to see.
That and healing magic.
Of course, keeping you central allows you to quickly
What formation is this for? Just for when we're entering the cave?
I trust you to act on your own wisdom or to my command.
Exploded and
I should also warn you about the limitations of my magic.
Yes.
Hmm. There's a limit
Of course,
to
please.
4 persons.
Personally, I didn't see it, but I'm
Maximum
sure
that they can
everyone
hold
else
up to
did.
say,
I saw it. I'm imagining it really.
Some of you have, some of you haven't. That's awesome. Right.
to do math, yeah.
It didn't
Anyway,
hit.
it was a henge of a circle henge, rocks shot up
Brianna
background,
will be right in
protecting
between.
us in a circle.
Oh. Now,
Wow.
as for you,
Is
like
that
I wonder
something
if
you
this
can
one's
bat
showing.
in for?
The shade limit strikes again.
What is 25 divided by
Okay.
I'm assuming that was a misclick.
8 minutes. I can hold it for 8 minutes.
I can hold that.
8 minutes, very well. Well, we shouldn't need it for such a long time unless we do engage in
If
full combat.
using gravity.
Someone does
So,
get injured
excellent.
and
Sorry, get over here.
Planning around this then. The next in position will be myself taking a forward point past you, and then finally, Sorelia.
Sorry.
If you would like to stand next to me here at the front on the right.
the point of the formation is
Is it Sorelia? I've been saying Sorelia all this time.
like this, like such as wide as this. I will have
Very well.
regular shield.
I don't think anyone actually has confirmed whether or not which way is proper.
Oh.
Be fulfilling a temporary role as an additional defender.
Why not?
As I have done so before for our team. Right.
That's a regular shield.
I believe it is that one, yes. The regular shield.
Yeah, do you care too much?
Alright.
Then it is
Now,
myself, Ethereal.
Professor Mordred, I have an important question to ask of you, as I'm quite unaware of your skills when it comes to this particular area. Are you skilled in the art of stealth?
As am I.
I would say I'm quite confident in my abilities to hide in plain sight.
Very well, and
How?
in
How?
the event, would you say you are able to respond quickly to a combat situation out of stealth? I'm absolutely sure not to discredit you, Professor. I just feel it appropriate to ask the questions.
But of course, usually
Very well.
if we're talking about caves, I would probably be on the ceiling somewhere we'll have simple line of sight. Drop down.
Understood. Fantastic. And, Professor Nella, if I may inquire into your abilities regarding stealth and your approach.
I'm quite able to disguise my sound, and indeed scent, from creatures. I'm also able to shift my corporeality somewhat to make me harder to see, though there is always something of a small fog. I will be able to move without sound. And, being as I am confident that I will not be seen amongst the cave. I am also more than able to react defensively in a very short space of time.
Very well. In that case, that further cements my decision. If you two would like to follow me, we'll be positioned directly at the front of our formation on the sides of both myself and Sorelia.
I see.
Professor Nella, you will be on my left, and Professor Mordred, you will be on the right of Sorelia.
I was thinking about my
Due to our lack of experience within the field, you will be serving as our eyes and ears as well as advisors throughout the infiltration approach, so your advice is much appreciated should you be able to give it.
Understood.
And we will heed your word. Very well. Right, this is our formation for our infiltration. Is everyone fully committed to this and understanding of your roles?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We are going to
Very well.
retreat. We are going to keep our formation, but make sure that
Right.
we move away.
On to the next part then. In the event of combat.
Again.
As you can see here, myself and Sorelia as our two melee combatants are already placed at the front. Professor Mordred, I put great trust in your abilities in a melee situation. I believe that your natural weaponry may prove useful. And your mention of experience in caverns and caves before may, of course, prove useful in the environment. Professor Nella, your abilities with cold magic shall prove integral, therefore you are at the front, and are to respond should we be approached from the front. Should an approach attack us in the rear, we are to rotate our formation. Now, the formation as follows is very similar to what we have now, apart from Apologies, Honora, but Kingsley, I'm going to require you to step forwards in front of Honora and Val. You are carrying our explosive device, therefore, it is integral that it stays protected. Now, Cecilia, your position here, I would like for you to activate your ability to defend our back line. A frontline combatant should be able to handle any amount of dreadlords that approach. As you use your magic, are you capable of combat?
Yes, I am, sir.
Very well, then you are to assist with your mid-range weapon where you see fit, whether that be at the back or the front. May I suggest you put a priority on assuring that our spellcaster Honora is kept safe due to their, well...
Where's he headed to?
Admitted weakness to a melee encounter and their size. Very well. Now, going on from that, Val. Should we enter melee combat, you are given permission to use your ranged weapon. Should I give the order if you seem to be overwhelmed? Otherwise, you are to use your melee weapon. Understood?
Yes, of course.
Great. Very well. Now, in terms of our formation here, could anyone point out to me any potential weaknesses, perhaps if we are attacked in the flanks or back? If not, I'll assume that this is all right.
If we are attacked in our flanks, then the vanguard can swiftly move over as they're like right near that. Yes, there's not too many steps away.
Excellent. Very well, then I shall be handling the left side of the flank, and Sorelio shall handle the right, should that situation arise. And if we are only attacked from one flank, then we are both to assist. Right. Any further input from you? Please feel free to speak up. Criticize me all you want.
I assume then we would be relying on callouts to rotate.
Yes, we shall be relying on callouts. So, for callouts, we do indeed need to decide on some. I must admit that the thought of words had not crossed my mind at the time, so we shall generate those now, or we shall decide over the coming day.
If I may, I would suggest that we agree them on the day itself to make sure they are fresh in everyone's mind. Where there will be several required, a signal for a stealth attack, a signal to, of course, deposit the bomb, and a signal for retreat, as well as rotating, of course.
Very well, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Then, with that consideration, we shall postpone the generation of them to ensure that they are fresh in our minds come the day.
However, I will be
right. Val, you were going to suggest something?
Do we know the range of the venomous ray that the worms have? Or at least any estimates?
The effective range of the one that we have seen before had about 8 feet, I would say. A queen, we could probably bump that up to roughly double, to be sure, to around 16 feet. The smaller ones, well, they're yet to mature, so we can probably half to expect the size of a fully grown, so between 4 and 6 feet, 8 at most.
Very well, well.
We should probably spread out a little more, depending on the range of the venom blasts.
Of course, I believe that is a good insight there. Then, in that case, let us consider that the cavern itself is perhaps more spacious and not a tight corridor. We do not know what we are going into, unfortunately. So, in that case, if we are to further spread our positions equally outwards.
Exactly. Let us fold out to meet the space.
Yes. Assuming the cavern is wide itself, this is infiltration. Yes.
Now then.
Very well. I believe
When
this
it
will
comes
do.
to red flare,
Excellent.
that will mean that it'll be time
Now,
to engage in combat.
to test something very quickly, I do understand we will...
You will have to move forward.
To test something very quickly, I do understand we will be stealthily approaching, therefore we should stay quiet. Now, I would like to suggest we come up with some hand signals for our movement, to ensure that no sound is made. There is no point muffling our sound if we are loud in the end. Understood?
Indeed.
Right. Well, let us form back together now that we understand our distance. Yes, Cecilia.
I was going to suggest that if we're going to be this far apart that he's training here, we should perhaps move forward as to not interfere with the training of the other teams.
Ah, of course, yes. Well, we can go ahead and move forwards now. I did intend to merely discuss and go over our formation to ensure everyone can fall into position.
I believe this is something that can be done with your team privately and recount it to us in the day. I believe we should be moving on to the defense of the tunnel. The other teams have had time enough.
Very well.
To the General Assembly. When you are ready to discuss the mouth of the cavern, please reconvene by the stairs. That way we will know that you are available to discuss the next part of the plan. I dare say we have had time enough.
Alright, we're going to discuss the necromancer later. For now, everyone reconvene.
Tell.
Is this just going over
Yes.
what we just talked about?
If just something I am a little bit unsure of. If we do get flanked and Cecilia is dealing with our range, and something was to attack and get in.
Sure, I got it. I'm just gonna stick by the right-hand side of.
In the area. What should I do
guy.
then?
I forgot his name.
Should I keep my weapon
Left-hand
out?
side of the front.
Depending
Do you
on
mind if
how
I?
heavy this bomb is.
I feel like I should go take
If
care
you
of
are
the team
capable of
related
carrying the
things.
bomb with one hand, then yes, absolutely. You should ensure it remains in good condition. However, your life takes priority, as, of course, the life of everyone here. Therefore, should the situation prove overwhelming for you, it is perfectly fine to abandon this bomb in exchange for security and our lives. However, please do shout if you are to do so. We will immediately retreat if that is the case, as the mission is considered failed. Right.
Okay.
Well, everyone's waiting for us.
In the interests of brevity, then, we will make sure that we are going forwards. If I could ask everybody to line up at the foot of the stairs, please. Very good. In that case, let's get a check on where we are so we can get this all well and done as quickly as possible, and you can reconvene and continue the rest of your days. If you are familiar with what is happening within the first section of the Dreadworm mission, the infiltration stage, please take a step forwards. Captains, please take note of anyone who hasn't moved, and you can elucidate them later on. Please step backwards to the foot of the stairs. Members of the Assembly, if you are aware of what happens when we exit the cave pursued by dreadworms, the positions that you need to stand, the role you will be taking, where you will be falling back to, etc., please take a step forward. Understood. Of course, I'm aware Lumen hasn't got onto this. Aqua has touched this, as has Ignis. Very well and good. Please take a step backwards again. If you are aware of the plan and what you will be rolling and the story surrounding the necromancer and their hut, please take a step forward. But it seems that Ignis has dealt with a great deal then. In that case, Ignis, and indeed the Ventus members who are here, thank you very much for joining us. You are dismissed. If you have any further questions, please direct them to Captain Zuko. Lumen and Aqua, if you could stay here just a moment longer, we will try and wrap this up as quickly as possible, so you may be about your days. Very good.
All right.
Yeah, it seems like we covered everything.
So then. So then,
Well, I assume we'll.
to begin with
Yeah, I assume. I don't think that's information.
plan, starting with the mouth of Lumen is to retreat and meet with Team Ignis on the way back from the planting of the bomb. Yoral, I do apologize. Could you take over for a moment?
If I may make a suggestion, please come closer. Stand at a semicircle, if you would if that would be kind, so we are an equidistance away from you. Come on, gather round.
Fantastic.
Tuck in. You've known each other for long enough. Very good. If you would not mind continuing.
Right then, so, going from where we were before. Lumen, you are, of course, alongside myself. Once the bomb has been planted, we are to retreat and to reconvene with Ignis. Your advice. Cavern with speed as they cover our retreat and follow quickly behind us to the mouth of the cave. Now, at the mouth of the cave, we all have our unique positions as teams. We are to form essentially a shield wall or circle around the entrance. We are to wait for the bomb's detonation. However, before we do so, we must be prepared. Therefore, our formations as follows. We will go over these with our teams individually, separately, for the sake of saving time, but to give you the brief outlook for it, you will have your defensive students on the front, our range in the middle, and our healers and offensive spattered around the back itself, or into convenient spots or breaks within the formation. This will be gone over on a training day in the future, however. Now, in terms of medical assistance, we are all to decide as our teams and our positions, with Lumen taking the middle, Ignis taking the right, and Aqua taking the left of the cave's mouth itself. We are to designate zones of medical influence for our individual teams for healers to work from. You will know your team's designated healers and who fulfills that role. You are to retreat to those zones, which will most likely be directly behind your team's front line. By that I mean your entire team, so that your healer can treat you. That understood? Make sense?
Yes.
Good, right, well, that covers it in its breath. The cold bomb should have affected all of the dreadworms themselves.
One could learn brevity, young Telgaras.
In the case that the cold bomb does not go off,
concise points are well understood. People need to remember key details. Not long conversations. You are a captain because you are required to know all the details. They need to know very little.
Well, continuing onwards from that. The necromancer. I will cover this briefly and go over our plan. Any questions regarding morality or the methods used can be saved for a private discussion with your team leader, as we are fully aware of the plan ourselves.
Yoral and Tel, prior to this conversation, I would just like to make one thing clear, though you've expressed a need to be brief. You are the captains, therefore it is you who need to know everything in great detail. Troops struggle to remember long, complicated explanations. They need precise things where they need to be at what time. They do not expressly need to know why, who, or what situation was made. Such matters can be taken up with you privately. So when you recount this plan, please tell them in exact terms exactly and precisely what they need to know, so that they have a hope of remembering it. You could address any other concerns later on.
With that considered, the plan going forward for the necromancer. We are to first send in a team of students alongside Professor Nella, who will be aiming to deceive the necromancer and, through a method,
don't need to know,
cause the necromancer to become intoxicated on either a sleeping potion or poison. This will significantly weaken the necromancer for one of 3 outcomes. Outcome 1. We are to retreat from... the deception team is to leave the hut unscathed with no issues. We are to return and see the effectiveness of the potion.
Nope, this is not the plan.
The poison or potion prove effective. We are to dispatch of the undead and the necromancer. The teams assigned to this are Aqua, Ignis, and, of course, Lumen.
Nope.
Lumen and Aqua will be taking the frontal area of... I do apologize, my voice is very much going. I may need a short break here, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes. The teams that
Good fucking lord.
once the deception team, has administered the gift and left the premises. My goodness, my head today. I'll just look at this guy. Once they've administered the gift and determined its effectiveness,
Captain Yorrel, if it is more suitable, I am more than happy to recount the plan.
if you could, sir, my head is something horrible.
Very good. I understand. There's something in the air about it today. In that case, what you need to know is as follows. The initial team, which is going to be Lumen and key other members, are going to be infiltrating the hut under the guise of offering a job to this necromancer. Everybody else will need to have absolute stealth as priority while approaching this hut. This is a highly experienced 4th level spellcaster who has evaded capture for years. As such, it is absolutely vital that she gets no heed of a large force approaching. Otherwise, the initial team will be dead on arrival, or potentially worse. Do I make myself clear? So when we are approaching the town, we will be doing what exactly? Stealth, exactly. Not being seen, not making any noises, not having any jokes, not having any laughs around the trees, attacking rabbits, chasing things, Avi, or anything else. We will then be assembling into 3 distinct squads, one of which will be focused on covering exit. The other one will be getting people out. There will be a team which will form a defensive line and will attack undead and everything in the house. We are not to approach the house. We are not to engage them on the house grounds. This is a wizard's tower. They have likely got all manner of nastiness going on, and we are going to leverage the melee capabilities of the undead to draw them out in a nice orderly line, hopefully to be slaughtered. The team going in have an extremely dangerous task ahead of them. Even if all should go well, it is unlikely that the necromancer will not notice that she has been drugged. Professor Bombadil ruminates that there will be about 1 minute 30 before she is completely unconscious, at which point we will have a high-level spellcaster of at least 4th level fighting for her life. Much the same as yourselves in such an instance, I imagine that if you knew your life was on the line and this was your last chance to make an effort, there will be a high amount of magic pouring out of you at that moment. It doesn't matter in that moment if she is going to overcast, if she is going to backfire, if anything else. She is going to throw something quick and nasty at us, like as not. So, regardless of what happens, the stealth team will be exiting that house after an agreed-upon phrase is called as quickly as possible. At which point, once again, regardless of what happens, the second team, which will be focused on extracting us and covering our exit, will rush in. The teams of both the stealth team and the cover team at this point will be to form a defensive line with Team 3, which will be covering both of us. Stealth, we will simply be focused on getting out of there. The extraction team, you are focused on getting us out of there. The third team is focused on covering both of us so that we can regroup and have a safe point to which to level a designed attack. In this attack, it is vitally important that crossfire is considered. Therefore, whilst the extraction team, the second team, will be approaching from the very front. The ones providing covering fire and performing and helping to form the fallback line will, of course, be slightly off and to the side, such that the further the extraction team move from the property, the safer they are to open fire and go all guns blazing, so to speak. Is this plan understood?
Yes, sir.
Very good. The first team, then, is Lumen. The extraction team, those who will need to rush in as soon as that door is open to get us out of the property, is which team exactly, Tel?
The extraction team is Lumen.
Sorry, I do apologize. It was key members of Aqua who were going in on the stealth team. I may have misspoken.
Oh, the stealth, I see.
So
right.
the stealth team was... Do go ahead, this is your plan?
Yes, the stealth team in its entirety. Allow me to just rack my brain for a moment. It was Zuku's forte. So the stealth team that are heading on forwards for the deception. This is what you were questioning, yes?
So, the deception team, it matters not. It will be decided more or less on the day. Simply, you need to know that there will be a stealth team going in, there will be a team designated to extracting it. If you're on the stealth team, your choice, you need to be quick, and you need to be non-suspicious, and you need to be eager to get out of there in an absolute hurry. The extraction team, as soon as that door opens, even if it's the friendliest thing in the world, it means that we have drugged this woman, and you are safe to rush forwards. In the worst of it, you will need to immediately perform a attack to cover us out. In the worst case scenario, allow me to rephrase this. In a best case scenario, you rushing forward will not be met with further resistance than otherwise necessary. In a worst case scenario, while she is not being drugged or things have gone extremely south, you need to rush forward. Regardless of what happens, as soon as that door opens and the stealth team start to move out, you rush forwards. Simple stuff. The cover team, you remain as hidden as possible until the last possible minute to cover both teams extracting, when we will then form a defensive line. There is one other element to this plan. If all else fails, Lothario, you have a key task to perform. And that is, you will be firing a flare. Upon firing this flare, you will signal that all hope has failed, and we simply need Bellicosa, if you would be so kind, to do Bellicosa things to a small hut. If all else has failed, if there is no chance that we can recover the property, anything that lies within, any of the knowledge, the woman, anything else, it falls to you to make the call to simply detonate the property. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Very good. In that case, we will decide our teams and finalize them on the day. It's been a long day. I've put the captains through quite a lot. You will have to thank them all later. If you have any quibbles, please talk to them about it later today, though do be kind. They've been through the ringer a little bit, and I hope this will be a very successful mission, so to speak. If there is nothing else from anyone present, I believe you are all dismissed. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, sir.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
And very well done to your captains.
Thank you.
Yes, we did need to speak.
Captain Tel, I need to speak with both of you. I'll enter into the conversation. Okay. I would suggest we do it in private. So.
Certainly.
Of course.
Fuck, I started garbling because I've been waiting so long.
I've been alerted through an informant that there is an organized effort to halt this process of killing the necromancer and rescuing her, or detaining her. They are not certain on which they want to do. I have no doubts that the members of Team Ignis and Aqua are in on this, as they were the ones who spoke up the most during the initial meeting a few days ago.
Well, with any luck,
They are planning something.
they will know now that we are putting ourselves at great risk attempting to detain this woman, and also that in doing so, we are putting ourselves in extreme amounts of risk.
Yeah.
Who are these people? Do you know any of their names?
I do not, no. The informant was, well, I suppose unwilling to give it up as she was trying to convince me to join.
Well then. I will make a very clear announcement on the day of this approach. That we have a plan, it is set in stone, and if any of them decides to disrupt their plan, go against orders, or put their colleagues at risk, they will be met with some of the most dire consequences that this school can offer.
Thank you, sir.
This is a matter...
I can give you the name of the informant, or we could leave it be so that I could hopefully gain money.
In matters such as this, I feel like I must know.
Talia of Team Ventus.
Talia of Team Ventus.
Mm-hmm.
Unexpected.
Interesting. Fair enough. In that case...
Occult users are some of the members as well.
Talia, the one who's standing right there.
Yeah.
Interesting. Curious. Well, in that case, I will go have a conversation with Talia. Thank you for putting this forwards. People actively planning to nothing less than mutiny should be taken with extreme seriousness. Thank you for doing this, Cecilia. I will reconvene with Malik quickly, and then see if we can arrange something of a conversation. Good day.
That would not be a bad idea.
Councillor Malik.
Especially with him.
I dare say that was a interesting opportunity for our captains to develop their leadership skills. I was hoping to go over some notes with you in private, if at all possible.
Excellent. I'm available.
Very good, then. If I could ask you to come a short distance with me.
There's a stealth team.
Of course.
Regarding the necromancer.
Watch him for now, and we'll talk about this another time.
Yes,
of course.
I'm rather curious about Tell's, how shall we say, sleeping problem, is it?
Yes, that is something that I was actually looking into a little earlier today. He came to me with the fact that it had been getting worse. And after checking him over, I checked his mana signature, and it is strange.
Do you believe he is fit to go on this mission? And to lead in it?
I have given him a rest potion. I have told him to take it the night before, with a full night's rest. And the morning of, if he is not fit, I will appoint Sorely as team captain.
Very good. Then on to the real reason for this discussion. I have been tipped off by Cecilia that there is a number of people within the student body who are looking to actively sabotage our operations in regards to the necromancer, to prevent us from killing them. Allegedly, her informant was Talia, who, as I'm sure you have noticed, has been very eagerly watching this entire ensemble.
Interesting.
She is intending a mutiny at a point of perhaps the highest risk that students have been in since they have first attended this institution. Whilst I do not know if she advocates for such actions herself, such things should be taken extremely seriously.
And from what you heard from Cecilia, do you believe she is telling the truth?
It's difficult to
There's
know.
Many times she has been off. Strange.
I understand your concern. She did, in fact, intend to talk to me on a private matter prior to this entire instruction. She made extra note to talk to me afterwards, so at least she's persistent in this. I also do not know why, given Cecilia's reputation, anyone would be possessed to talk to her about it, particularly knowing that she is, how shall we say, dispossessed as a team captain, and in dire need to prove herself once more. Now, this is a slip-up that a new student might be expected to make, but it does call a lot into doubt. Regardless, I will reiterate the importance and severity of what we are doing on the morn of the attack, and should anything arise, we must deal with it exceptionally harshly.
Yes.
Now, as it so happens,
This information...
I have altered the student's plan to evolve a quick and hasty exit from the cabin. Hopefully, this should allow us to have ample time to put a bullet in the back of her head. It will be difficult, she will be throwing up boards, etc., but there is a gap there. And of course, after we've dispatched it, we can simply ban students for attempting to enter the property, under the guise, of course, of their own protection. There may indeed be still active wards amongst the ground, even after the cretin had done. Such is the nature of soul magics. I do not believe they will be able to put a credible, non-obvious effort to sabotage our attempts to kill this necromancer. However, if such a things do indeed exist, dare I say, it puts greater emphasis on our conversation of a few days ago.
It does. It very much does. And so, just to make sure, this information about the...
A student approaches.
Lothario, if I could have some privacy with Mr. Nella.
I'll pack this up first. You want to finish your conversation?
Quickly, please. Did Cecilia say that Talia was a part of this so-called rebellion, or was simply informing her of it?
No, simply an informant. Though if you are willing to act as an informant, don't you think it's curious that you talk to a individual who is no longer a captain? If you were willing to put yourself out like that, then surely you would go straight to a teacher, don't you think?
You would think.
Much to muse upon. Much to muse upon. But, dare I say it, I will have no one die on this mission. And if that little twerp tries to get in my way, I shall hasten to offload the punishment to someone else, for her own bloody safety. Right. I dare say I have stood in this ground long enough. Curious, isn't it, that the Thariel decided they didn't want to clean up the rest of them? I will see you anon.
We did fall into some mud pits sometimes, and you had to find a way to claw out.
Don't worry, death is very difficult.
If only more students were like Matesh. Holy shit.
What is hazing? This is trading. I don't know what I mean.
Why are you yelling? Fucking hell, LeFron. Oh, this has been a very instruction-heavy episode. Fuck me. I can't do any of my devious tricks when all this is going on. But then we've got to do the mission thing, and I'm doing the character who is spearheading the mission thing. Who am I looking for right now? I don't know. Good day, Matesh.
Hey.
Howdy.
I'm relaxing, you know, I'm
Good day to
pretty
you.
exhausted from all the training. So I'm just, I'm just laying in the sun. Never mind, the sun's gone. Fuck.
Well, I do hope that you had some time in the shade at least, so you don't go red as a daisy. Might I borrow your ear for a second?
Sure.
It's something of a sensitive matter.
Okay.
With that being said, I don't think there are many people about the place, and truth be told, I don't know how much I mind being heard. It has been suggested to me by several people, by a number of individuals, that there is some sort of effort, some sort of scheme going on to prevent us from killing a necromancer.
I personally, I can't say, like, in all honesty, I can't say I've heard anything about a scheme to not kill the necromancer. I know that we've discussed a subduing method.
Yes, we've discussed a subduing method, and that is indeed what we will be doing. However, apparently, there are those amongst the school body who are concerned about what we might do to this woman, and intend to rise up to prevent us from enacting justice. If you hear anything about this, can I count upon you to let me know?
Sure. The way I see it, Professor, if she's going to get in the way of us stopping the cave and killing the dreadworms, just let me know and I'll take care of it. I will go up there myself and I'll do it.
Very good. I knew I could depend on you to see sense. Have a pleasant afternoon.
I just want to make sure we complete the mission. Of course, I just want to make sure we do the right thing and complete the mission so we can actually keep going.
Yes, I tend to agree. It's somewhat distressing to hear that anyone would stand in defense of such an individual. But the young are ever young.
You're just confused.
I believed so as well. So therefore I would like this confusion to be resolved prior to a court-martial or something of the like. But I will leave you to your afternoon. Professor Mordred, I will get out of your way.
You said you were looking for me, Murtash?
I don't like mission stuff very much. Personally. I want to be going around doing, like, plot stuff and everything. Like, since I've known this mission's coming up, I have been just super excited to get it done and for it to be over. That's what I want. I want to have done things and got it out the way and dealt with the fallout. I was debating whether or not I even wanted to come this evening, to be honest, just on the basis of we need to get it going, but some of the plans they put forward were patchy, to say the best. So I don't want their characters dying. And that's my prime area of interest.
There's a lot on your shoulders, but...
Sorely,
Yes, sir.
have you spoken with Chancellor Malik recently by chance?
I have not.
In that case, can I borrow you for one short moment?
Yes.
Very good. I did not want to inspire a lack of faith in your new team member. However, come the morning of the mission, Chancellor Malik will be performing a medical upon Tel Karas in whatever condition he has, and should he fail to meet standard, you will be put in charge of Team Lumen. I wanted to make sure you were mentally prepared for that. Clearly, he has his reasons to doubt her authenticity. What's your opinion of Cecilia? Sorry, what's your opinion of Cecilia?
I think she is a knowledgeable diplomat, but she sees much below her, at least from what I can perceive.
A knowledgeable diplomat. To your knowledge, has she been employing any politic to try and regain her position?
I've heard some distant conversations with people outside of Lumen, but I couldn't make heads or tails of what she was going for.
Interesting. Do you know if there is anyone outside of Lumen that she has particular grievances with?
Not that I know of.
Interesting. Thank you very much. I promised I would not detain you long, and I do not intend to. I'm sure that Kingsley and yourself have been detained far enough today. As you were.
Quickly, he did want me to inform you that he would not be able to carry a weapon if he was carrying the bomb.
Fair enough. Then so be it.
Thank you for letting me know.
Very good. Doesn't need to carry a bomb. He needs to place it, press a button, and run by the sounds of it. Well, how long have I been going for? There'll be plenty of juicy drama after the mission. Miss you in Neon Divide. I am in Neon Divide. Thank you, New Hall Blast, though. Mission seems to be taking up everything. Yeah, it does. And I get it because it's important and everything. And absolutely, I don't know, I feel like doing 2 stings in one is too much for a VRRP. I feel like this could have been over with in, well, it literally could have been over with in half the time. Good Acteris. I have heard it said, and do take this with a grain of salt, as the I do apologize. I have heard it said, and do take it with a grain of salt, given the nature of the source, that there is a concerted effort amongst the students to form an organization to prevent us from killing this necromancer. I learned this from an individual who is not altogether considered the most trustworthy sort. But should you learn anything, or have any suspicions, I would be most eager to know of them prior to the big day, so to speak.
I'll keep an eye out.
Honestly, I've never heard such absurdity. They'd have you executed in Palvendor for this.
and have you executed just about everywhere I know.
Well, I have told the Chancellor that should push come to shove, I shall hastily entreat the punishment and dealing thereof to another. Though honestly, between Lupe and Octavian, I'm not sure they're going to have much luck regardless. Curious. Very curious indeed. I don't suppose you know where the students are this moment in the afternoon?
I know a large portion of them, last I saw, were in the training in arena.
Yes, I was with them just a moment ago.
Lumen have gathered.
That's good. I was hoping to see some more of Terra or indeed Umbra today. I don't suppose you've seen them at all.
I had an interesting little exercise with them this morning.
Indeed.
Partially a lesson, partially punishment. Captain Jackson saw fit to take only Angel with him into the fog.
I see.
A bit of curiosity about a corpse.
I have not heard much of Jackson. What do you make of him?
Truthfully, he would make a very good soldier.
Point taken.
Taking orders and following him. And beyond that.
Do you spy anyone else in Terra who might be more suited to captaincy?
Sadly, not at the moment.
I will have to have words with him.
Solus is a little too inexperienced and hot-headed. I know very little of Vera. And the only other option would be Ivian. Which, in and of itself, should be an obvious reason. Why not?
These are bad tidings. I had hoped for a better showing within the arena today. They didn't do badly, but between the plan and their performance doling out orders, I dare say if they've added any more details or taken any longer, then they'd have been fallen asleep by the time the mission took place.
Who knows? If we can put a plan like that together, maybe they won't need anything else.
Well, here is what I am going to advise them to do.
They can talk to her until she falls asleep.
I had an old mentor who would tell me always to come up with a plan, and then write down in quick bullet points the precise details of what everyone needed to know. Be here, do this, expect this. Short, punchy. I will have them repeat the same exercise. I dare say I doubt any of them have internalized any of the information that came out of today.
Took as long as you say. I doubt it. Mine's probably started to wander a few minutes in.
Absolutely. It's the difference between having a conversation and giving orders. It's a difficult thing to learn. I don't know what to make of this madness surrounding this woman. I want to I would like to chalk it up to a genuine desire to do better. But I'm afraid we have no need for well-meaning idiots.
Especially well-meaning idiots who on a dime can turn. Be very bad for her to decide She wants a few more children for her collection. Grab a few students, turn them.
Do you know anything of the Feveran efforts to detain necromancers?
To detain what?
To detain necromancers or kill them.
Nothing to detain.
Well,
at least not as far as I'm aware, with what position I had. All the orders I received was to find them, report back, and prepare a large enough force to handle it quickly. Preferably at range, surprise them, throw as many spells at them to make sure they were dead before they can do anything.
Yes. I dare say I expected that answer. In faith, I do not expect that someone like this I mean, a study of necromancy. A rift, these are totally different things. There couldn't be possibly anything she could teach us, right?
No. Especially since the village itself was unaware of the rifts. I don't know how long she's been here, but I doubt she knows much of them either. I know Gil raised points of if she knows any magic that affects the soul, then maybe she has ways to protect it. Try and counteract the effects of the rifts.
I can teach him that, but not protect against a rift.
I'm sure she would.
I say I could teach him how to protect his soul, but not against a rift. Wiser men than I have tried. Interesting. I dare say that must have been very difficult, Val.
It was.
A far cry from your instructors back in Palvindor, I'm sure.
Yes. Took a lot longer too, but I still remember most of the vital points.
I dare say if you sang that, then you count among the, newer ones. I had hoped to launch that upon them as some sort of fitting learning point, so that they'd learn that they do need to be more concise in future. Orders need to be appointed, and details can be left for those with the command to decide on them. I am hoping that as a result of your pain today, they have learnt that lesson, and we will have more effective briefings in future.
Of course. I do actually plan on giving Tel some pointers, as I've held the role of squad leader once before.
Please do. I dare say the man, as we learnt from my little call-out exercise at the end, spoke for twice the time and relayed half the information from his, colleagues in Zuku and... But I shouldn't be saying such things in front of a new captain.
Wait, what about Zuko?
Nothing. We were simply discussing the mission in the days ahead. Thank you for offering to contribute your efforts to this.
Of course.
In fact...
Necromancy's involved.
Necromancy's involved, you say. Why would that make a difference?
I had a run-in one time, and they did a lot of damage in a very small amount of time. And, well, I just know how bad it can get.
Then I dare say you and I need to have a conversation. Professor Acteris.
Hey, Neil.
Thank you very much for your counsel. And Val, thank you for your patience.
Wait, I need to talk to you.
Sure.
Do you mind if I talk to you in just a moment? Professor? Sorry to point.
By all means.
Val. Thank you, sir. Come on, Neil. Okay.
I wonder. That one does seem eager to charge around. Have you had much of a reading on the new recruits?
The good news is, one, Morgan, very interested in learning magic.
Or isn't that a novelty?
New elements.
Yes, speaking of which, did you manage to meet with Amari on that lesson I gave her?
I had prior commitments I had to attend to. I haven't had a chance.
Very good. Well, in that case, if you and Amari find yourself free, I am quite at a loss as to what to do following this little conversation with Luca. Should you require an evening training to do something more with your day, then I will be more than happy to facilitate.
I was actually considering my team's composition. We have very few magical offense capabilities. Well, we have plenty of defense capabilities.
Well, be that as it may, the awakening of your Manigate, the process remains the same. It all begins with being able to sense the damn thing. Whilst I'll be more than happy to hand your tuition over to Acteris later on, I dare say he's somewhat swamped at present with various people looking to learn this, that, and the other. So, of course, it is up to you. I was simply making myself available.
Of course. I'll see if I have some free time later today. I don't believe I have anything planned.
I dare say that counts as a moment. Where the blazes is he? Being detained, it would seem. Where on earth did he go? Yeah, there has been. Could have done it today. I think I'll be bringing that forward as a talking point.
Yeah, anyway. Well, not forever. That'd be awkward. Anyways, go on.
Well, in my clan, the longer the handshake, the more respect it is.
I mean, sure, whatever floats your boat.
I don't have a boat.
That's not...
Busy discussing handshakes behind the warehouse, are we?
Off topic. I wanted to extend... Well, okay, everyone talks only to Calum and Yiko. We haven't spoken to Angiel yet because he's...
Interesting.
But we both, well, all of us seem to really like you and think you'd be a good fit for the team.
This is semi-important.
A mistake?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I thought it'd be funny. I mean, it's sort of.
Before I officially say that we want you on Umbra,
Good fucking lord.
a few demands. A,
So this is this new captain.
if you're gonna goof off, you have to goof off productively in a way that is improving either yourself or the team.
That's his strategy.
Digging a hole.
Yeah. 2. No more hole digging without permission.
Hole digging.
What do I ask?
Professor.
Perfect. Bombadil will do.
Hole digging.
And 3.
And yes, absolutely, the reason that it's taking so long is because of the amount of moral conflict that's been involved, which is something.
I don't remember.
Just the music go.
You're doing it.
Thanks. Anyway.
All right. Well, sure. Yeah, I'm in. I like beds, and you guys are pretty cool.
Then I'll go make it official with my team.
Cool. Yeah, as long as they're okay with it, sure. My best friend's in there. I can get Brock.
All kinds of broccoli. Oh, and this is important. No destroying the dorms. If they ask you to build a hole,
What?
if they ask you to tunnel a hole from the dungeon out and connect other dorms to it or other buildings.
No, that's not the plan. That was not the plan. It was like
That's
the
what
worst.
they told me the plan was.
No, it's the world's worst game of telephone. We found a spot and we were like, we'll make a secret base here, and we dug down. And that was it. We were
Are we quite finished discussing digging holes and all the rest of it?
Yeah, I'm not sure where they got the wrong idea from. Why would we dig a hole through a dungeon? Sounds like a waste of time.
Yes.
Wouldn't that also then invalidate the dungeon?
I would think so. Are you
I feel like there's just no point to it.
quite finished with this little soiree behind the warehouse or whatever this is?
We were supposed to. Well, we were supposed to talk about it. I think I'm being invited to something. What's happening?
What is happening right now?
Oh God.
He's a little delayed. He does this sometimes.
Interesting.
My blood pressure.
I'm not.
If I raise my head,
His blood
I
pressure.
might faint. Give me 1 second.
Interesting.
Wouldn't it be funny if you did?
Hey, it worked.
Well, at least we're close to the infirmary. Good. Well, I dare say, candidate, you've got Luca's head rushing, his blood pressure rising, and all other things involved.
Yeah, I like to leave an impact.
Indeed.
That's what it was.
Well, Luca, if you're finished digging holes, perhaps we might have that conversation. It is quite important.
No, Luca didn't dig a hole. That's wrong. Luca didn't dig any holes. I dug a hole, or I started one.
Wonderful.
I told them not. They've already been punished.
Yeah, he yelled at us and gave us a punishment.
Who punished
He told
you?
us, hey, you're not supposed to do that. And I went, yeah, it's fair.
Also, Octavian punched Chico in the stomach.
Oh.
But that was for the bread thing.
Was it also Octavian who punished you for the holes, by chance?
No, sir.
Right. Well, if you want to dig holes, I'm sure Mordred will be glad to hear it. He has much need of help upon his farms. Otherwise, if you are quite ready, look, this is of quite vital importance.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'll see you around, Nil.
Okay, goodbye. Just kidding.
Something about the spot, obviously. There we go.
This spot sucks. Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Never speaking about secrets here again.
You are aware that relationships are forbidden amongst the campus students, yes? Creates a conflict of interest.
Relationships? What do you mean?
Do you know how to read or write?
Yes, sir.
Then read a fucking book on it.
I just meant, like, what kind of relationships? Romantic? Or...
Intimate romantic relationships, yes.
Why did you bring that up with me?
Oh, I don't know. Two young lads meeting in secret, blushing behind a warehouse.
What? No, it's nothing like that.
Well.
I was just inviting him to the team.
Well, I'm glad to hear he has made a fast impression. Another troublemaker for Team Umbra. Curious decision.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason for it.
Well, I look forward to knowing what it is.
It's
I'm
actually one
afraid...
of the things I wanted to ask you about.
Very good. Well, I have reason to ask you about a few things as well, so what say we go for a little walk outside the castle walls?
Yes, sir.
It's imperative that we are somewhat discreet. You must have been quite busy in the last few days. Talking to various students, making friends.
Well, I wouldn't say I have a lot of, or that a lot of them are my friends, but I've been trying to get to know them, yeah.
Good. Luca, you represent something of a useful case at this given moment in time. In the next few days, we will be going on something of a difficult mission. It's difficult for a number of reasons, but not the least of them, because it involves the potential death of a old harpy woman, who also so happens to be a necromancer. Many of these students haven't met a necromancer before. The one necromancer they may have met is a small girl by the name of Kiki, who they are all variously fond of. It is difficult for them to wrap their head around the evils that these necromancers commit. It is harder still for them to come to terms with killing a woman in cold blood.
Hold on, Kiki's a necromancer?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there is an elderly woman and a harpy, who is a doddering old person in an idyllic-looking cottage, who just so happens to be burning away the souls of the innocent to keep the dead as her puppet family. And for whatever reason, there are members of this institution who raise moral quandaries with the idea of killing such an individual. In utmost secrecy, I will tell you that it has been revealed to me today that there is a certain lobby of students who intend to intercede in any attempt that the members of the school faculty might make to end this woman's life. They actively intend to obstruct us on a difficult and vital mission from bringing this woman to justice. All because of their misplaced moral quandaries. I bring this up to you, Luca, because you're a new student. You're looking to make friends. You're impressionable. In short, you're a likely sort of person someone may have approached to try and get them in on this little lobby of mutineers. Can I depend upon you to tell me if anyone approaches you expressing such ideas?
Of course, sir.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm curious. What did you think you were doing when you came here?
How do you mean?
What did you think that this institution is all about? It's a question I've been asking a number of people recently. And because you're new, you go ahead.
The way it was explained to me was it was a sort of experiment, a new school that can teach you what you need to know about killing rift beasts, or at least try to. So,
yes.
I'll be honest with you, Professor. I don't know if you've read my file or if I have something like that, but I came here, well, like most students, I didn't have any other options.
I see. So is it revenge, then? Is that why you're here? To kill rift beasts? Then what? What did you want to do?
Take back my home, rebuild, make sure that my family has a place to go back to after all of this.
I see.
And then after that, do the same in other places. Try and fix it, I guess. I know that probably sounds really foolish of me.
Fix it? No. I dare say in a shorter amount of time you've come to exactly the sort of thing that I'm interested in. I'm going to repeat to you a question that I've had for several of the students I've spoken to so far. A little bit of exercise I've been doing with the teams. I tell them that it's rather insane asking someone your age, who's seen what you've seen, who suffered as you have, to want to save anybody. If I was in your position, I don't know if I'd want to save the world. I thought that I'd have thought that the world was a rather rotten thing. So, look, I have a little question for you. When you say fix it. Fix your home. Fix the homes of others. Does that mean restoring it to the way it was? Or do you have other ideas of how you'd like that future to be?
I don't know. I've never thought about it like that.
It might be worth giving it some thought. What's happening amongst the students right now is something of a how shall we say? A clash of dreams. They all want to build a future for themselves. That's why they're here. They all, like you, want one thing or another. And yet some of them believe that the thing to do is to achieve that end by consorting with a necromancer. And some of them very much don't. So therefore, as you build Umbra, I ask that you make clear what your vision is. Think about what it is that you want to do. If this institution is successful, we will have nothing less than a new military force within the world. And depending on how much of the world is left, we may well be able to exert our will over it, for good or for ill. So I think it's important to have a clear dream, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Very good. In that case, Luca, if your heart is now no longer pounding from your interaction with the new candidate, I wish you a very good rest of your day, and if you do learn anything or anyone approaches you, let me know about it post-haste. Is that understood?
Of course, sir. But before you leave...
Yes, what is it?
What's your dream? Your vision for the world?
That'll be all. Have a very pleasant day. You are dismissed, Luca.
Yes, sir.
To be the muscle division volunteered to continue digging these tunnels for everyone.
Wait, for everyone?
Or I believe for whatever purpose they were digging in the first place.
Well, I guess it is... Sure. Sure, I don't care. If Akaris wants to deal with that, that is up to him.
Alright.
But I would also run it by Miss Oberdeen.
Anyways. Hello, Professor. Hello, Mr. Neller.
Good day. Glad to see you're busy training.
Yeah.
And that these things are being repaired. Putting them through the ringer again, I take it.
Yeah, hit him square in the jaw and,
Yeah, it was a horse, but yeah.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Does it say something on the top of your hammer?
Oh yeah, it says my name on it.
Oh. Well, I'm glad to know that we'll know who it belongs to if it ever gets lost.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Huh?
What?
Hey,
What?
you doing, Kikis?
What?
Yep, there he goes.
He ran
Yep,
that
there
way.
he
Is
goes.
he alright?
He got hit in the head.
No, I hit him in the head with a hammer.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, he's back.
Discovered your feet.
Yes.
Good. One of the stranger conversations I've had today.
Yeah.
Hello.
Neil explained to us that he shook the beehive by the farm.
I'm an archer.
Oh, shit.
And he ran halfway across the campus to collapse in front of us. After
I
the
don't think we have enough range, people.
effects of that.
Well, good for him.
Yeah.
It sounds like
think he
the
learned.
Chancellor has it all in tow, though.
Oh, no.
Tell me,
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
ask that Madari to do something. Do it. Give him an order. There's a Madari right behind you.
Oh, this one. This one.
Yes, this Madari is quite busy, it would seem.
Bring me a water, please. Thank you.
know that he asked you to do it. Yeah, no, he said keep swinging in our dodge, and then I kept swinging.
Not the most authoritative tone I've ever heard. Do you not like talking to them?
No, I don't have a problem with them.
I had a conversation about you earlier. How do you think leadership is treating you? Do you like it?
I believe it's an important responsibility, sir. I suppose.
And how do you go about it, usually? What sort of leader are you?
We're going on a.
I try to be a good leader.
A good leader? What does a good leader look like?
Someone who responds quickly to emergency situations, someone who organizes the team to be effective.
What's an effective team?
One that responds to any situation competently.
Interesting.
And remains organized, prepared for many situations. I believe.
If Terra was going on this mission, well, do take the water. They've gone all this way to get it for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madari. Thank you.
So?
Yes, sir.
If you were going on this mission, and you were stood around with Team Terror, who soon would be going into the same battle, what would you tell them?
suppose often it depends on the situation. For me.
The situation is that we're about to attack a cave full of dreadworms. That these students have had friends lost to a dreadworm in the past. Oh, there's going to be a bomb. We're going to set off the bomb. And then when they come out of the mouth of the cave, we're going to kill them all. That's the situation.
I would advise them not to do anything rash or out of line, to keep their heads down, to remain vigilant. I believe we would have run through many discussions about codes and signals and.
How would you want to sound when you told them this?
Like I knew what I was talking about.
Confident, perhaps.
Yes.
How's Team Terra going?
Well, they're close as a team. I'm sorry, sir. I think I misunderstand.
Yes. Could you do something for me?
Yes, sir.
I want you to go up to 2 of the other team captains in your own time and talk to them about captaincy, about how leadership is weighing on them, about their struggles, about what they've learned and what they've not learned. And I want you to listen to them. Can you do that for me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. You've got a hard job, Jack. It's okay to be struggling with it. But oftentimes we don't know what our problems are until we talk with others.
Yes, sir.
Have a pleasant evening. Oh, thank you very much, Pai Pew. Pai you. Yes, dodge via authority. Nella projects like a motherfucker. Hello there. Tell me. No. Madari. He's already gone. Bastard.
night to take my suggestions into your mind.
Are your Madari able to understand the common tongue or no?
Yes, they are.
Interesting.
They just don't listen to people they don't like.
Then I may not have use of them. A shame.
And what use do you want of my Madari?
Do you mind if we talk in private? I'm afraid Avi appears quite
I was hoping
upset.
to talk to you in private.
No, I'm going this way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in that case, I shall follow you. I'm quite a lot lost with what to do with myself at this present moment in time.
Very well. Is there anywhere you'd like to discuss? In the library, in the mess hall. The raft is overlooking the mess hall. I see you up there a lot. Or the balcony area.
Spend more than enough time in the library as it is. Let's head to the beach. We can talk as we walk.
I suppose.
There are rumors amongst the...
Hello, professors.
Good day. There are rumors that certain students are up to certain activities that may very well put the lives of their fellow students in danger. I was hoping that we might be able to employ your slaves as informants to that end.
I could set that up. Who is this exactly? I'm guessing Ivian.
It's the second time someone's spoken ill of Ivian today.
Yes, he's been practicing occult magic without supervision.
Has he
and
indeed?
training.
Ah, is training not being made available to him?
I, many months ago, swore nothing to do with him after he broke my rules and advice regarding the Fae. I regarded him as too dangerous and passed him on to another. Since they've probably left or given up, and he's now up to Malik's charge, not Malik, Ecteris or Octavian, whoever wishes to take him.
I see.
But I only found out recently, well, today, that he was practicing occult magic by himself.
No, I dare say it's the first time I've heard of it.
Yes, if I had known sooner, I would have pushed him into training.
No, the matter I wish to speak to you on was one of, There is a concerted and organized effort amongst the students to prevent us from killing the necromancer. If we make an attempt on her life, they intend to intercede.
That's stupid.
It's extremely stupid and extremely dangerous.
If I am given the get-go by Lethariel, and I am starting to decimate this house, if one of them get in my way,
Would you mind?
that would be bad. Of course. I was worried about it all morning, just watching the training.
Yes.
I was happy with some of it, but I felt like not enough initiative was taken.
You're quite correct. I am hoping that the captains will reflect very, very poorly on the manner in which they handled that and carry that forward as a vital lesson. I dare say they could learn brevity.
I'm not sure any of it will be enough. I'm prepared, if things get out of hand, to just take matters into my own hands. Of course.
I believe all of us are. But come then. What did you wish to talk to me about?
Well, actually, precisely this. I wanted to get your thoughts on it all. And assure me you're going to do things differently this time.
That is precisely why I have been so hard on them.
I'm sure.
Do not think it hasn't crossed my mind that a death on this particular encounter would be problematic between us.
It'd be more than problematic.
The plan that they supposed was simply ridiculous.
I agree. That's why I'm very worried.
I have made amendments to both plans. Their abilities to relay this information, however, has very much been called into question. You should have seen
How exactly do they plan on stopping us?
I don't know. They can't. But it goes to say something that such a effort would even be attempted or spoken about or aired.
It baffles me. They're clearly uneducated.
It is the will of the Chancellor that we give more command to the students. They have proposed a plan which catches the necromancer by surprise, much the same as Acterus would have done. But where Acterus had an army of mages, we have ourselves and some students. So therefore the method of us seizing the initiative has varied somewhat significantly.
Yes, greatly.
I doubt that much will come of the Redworm invasion, though I am terribly curious about the fallout of killing this woman. I have no doubt that because she is an old woman in an idyllic cottage, and because she looks like Kiki, they all think she's just an innocent girl.
I know. I'm more than prepared to be hated for this encounter.
Well, you won't have to be.
As long as they're kept safe. Oh?
I have spoken to so much to Octavius this very morning. I have received orders from the Chancellor to kill the necromancer, destroy any soul jars that she holds, and burn the place down. And I intend to follow through with those orders. Instantly.
Well, the students are there. Or during the night.
While the students are there if necessary. If I am able to. Correct. Those are my orders.
And you will follow?
Correct. I have spoken with Arcturus on the matter, and he is of the opinion that I am, that upon reflection there is little that the raising of undead could feasibly have to do with rifts of all things.
I doubt. Yes, it's possible that strong occult magic could be linked to the rifts, but I don't think we'll find any answers through necromancy.
Neither do I. I dare say we have just as much chance of finding the answer in any one of those books in the library, and yet I see so precious few students willing to commit their time and fervor to reading those.
It's funny you should say that. Myself and Arva were just talking about the lack of people in the library.
It's boring. Waiting every single bloody night.
Why do you spend so much time there?
Because I don't sleep. And because patrolling the grounds for hours and hours on end becomes exceptionally boring.
And I suppose the library provides some calm.
It is a meditative space. If I can get transfixed in something, then I find the regaining of mana much faster.
How many books have you read in the library?
I started counting, when I first came here. But since then I've just found the matter depressing. I decided to actively try and forget the exact figure.
No wonder you speak like you have knowledge of thousands of men.
Oh, I read it, but I don't know how much of it goes in. The focus is not the pursuit of knowledge, but the passage of time.
How much time do you wish to pass? When are you going to stop?
I don't know.
Fair enough.
I have a plan. As I'm sure you'll be.
Yes.
Not at all surprised.
Indulge me.
I have said it before, and I will say it again. Rosewood is not the only initiative that has ever been created with an effort to save the world.
Right.
Whilst I am here, whilst the students learn and grow, I too hope to continue my own studies, with a view of one day revising that which once me and my colleagues worked so fervently to complete. However, I dare say most of the students are next to useless to me in their current state of being. But resources, money,
And what does that mean?
are hard to find. It means they need to learn more and become competent. And then,
I'm sure they will. They just need time and practice.
I hope so. And then, when they're all ready, I want to suggest an idea to them. And we'll see what happens then. So that's why I'm here, Miss Bellicosa. I want time and resources and people that I can use to continue my research.
You want to use these students for your research?
Correct. Oh, come now, you look away like this whole project isn't already an experiment.
Perhaps. But I feel like it's turning into something more.
I hope so.
Or perhaps I want it to.
Well, I've been quite candid with you, Miss Bellicosa. What about yourself? Why, oh why, is the daughter of the great Sphinx of Droza this far south, on a small little island, teaching kids who can barely put a pen to paper? Are we going to pretend like you don't have your own objectives?
Why do you care?
Why do I care? Because Malik is unproven. Because just as the students are in conflict over their various goals, so too, I believe, one day will we be. The other day you said to me that if you got the power of necromancy, you would be worried that no one would be able to stop you.
Yes, and I still think that.
From
You
such...
already believe me to be a powerhouse, right?
Correct.
Otherwise you wouldn't throw my powers around so frivolously as you did before.
Oh, as if you don't like to show off.
Necromancy. If I gained such power,
You'd no longer need this school. Is that it? If you became a necromancer, you'd no longer need this institution. Which begs the question, what on earth does the great Bellicosa want to do that requires all of that power? I would like students to learn and become erudite and capable so that I may continue my research. Well, you can't research with an army of the undead. There's very little you can do with those. So I dare say that you have your own designs. What is it? Conquest? Fancy a little queendom of your own.
far from it.
I don't know what you want. I can guess, but I don't know. I don't know what Mordred wants. I don't know why Octavian is here. I don't know anything about Malik. But what I can be sure of is that all of us have our own separate reasons that indulging in this little project of Alia's worked to our favor. And I dare say that while we're all...
So what if it does?
Then I dare say
As long
you'll
as I
lose a far
want
more of
success
those
for
students. Do you honestly think that a divided leadership will survive?
No. I don't.
Is there a reason that students committing themselves to my projects are any more terrible than losing one to your conquest or whatever it is you want?
So what if I help them achieve their little goals and become better? So what if my teachings get them out into the world and save others? Just because it helps me get to my goal doesn't mean it's bad.
Then what is it? If it's not bad, then surely you'll tell me. Oh, I understand. I'm just an idiot. I wouldn't get it anyway. Good day, Miss Bellicosa. Come and find me when you're ready to start being honest. Ah, Malik. I understand that Ivian has been learning occult magic under his own devices. Is this correct?
Yes, I have let both Octavian and Miss Bellicosa know, and I have briefly talked to Ivian about not doing such idiotic things without supervision.
I rather suspected that was the case. Miss Bellicosa is by the bonfire, yonder. If there is nothing pressing you require of me, I would suggest perhaps a conversation between you both.
Of course.
Have a pleasant evening.
The only thing I ask is that Bombardier is creating a potion. It will be an injectable.
An injectable.
The body. Yes. If the witch is taken intact, not alive, but just intact, if this herb, this could be injected into her body so I could research it. From what I heard, her body had mutated slightly from long
Exposure to the occult.
Yes.
What counts as intact, Malik?
Not ashes, just generally having the full corpse.
Bullet hole in the back of the head, gonna destroy anything?
No, it's more than fine.
Good. I will try to be clean then. Thank you, Malik.
Thank you.
Ooh, ha, ha. Was that bonding? Was that what that was? That was something. Oh shit, went over a fountain. Training concluded, has it?
Yes, we were watching Raum's new spell.
Well, I'm glad to hear that your training has borne you fruit. Good.
Would you like to see it as well, Professor Nella? Sorry, no.
Not especially. Right, I'm tired. Ah. I have a little task for you. Are you able to relay tasks to your colleagues or no? Good. There have been whispers of a resistance. A body of students that would resist our attempts to dispatch this necromancer. If you or your compatriots hear anything, never mind. Well, I'm sure the case is made. Be about your duties. Good Lord, those things are quick. How long have I been going for? I like the little cats, yeah, me too. They're my favorites. Yeah, I've been going for a good while. You there, Madari. Come with me a second. I've relayed this to one of your companions. But if you hear anything in your travels about to prevent necromancer being killed, if you hear any students being particularly upset, expressing opinions of dissent, this sort of thing, could you come and find me and let me know? Thank you. That's a shiny in it for you. Do let your fellows know if you see them. Oh, I'm tired. I've got to be up relatively early tomorrow to interview someone. They're all busy and I've taken enough of their time. I think I'm going to find a place to log off.
Hi, Professor.
Good day. Have you seen Lothario anywhere?
Lothario, they just went that way.
Huh, I must have missed them.
Gotta go find them.
Have some tea, sir.
Lumendorm.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
I'm training from Professor Takio. It's really cool. Like,
Maybe I would do better if I was a student. Knock, knock, knock. Sorry, Leah. Is that how you pronounce your name? Someone suggested otherwise earlier. Oh, good, so I was right. I was told that Lothariel was headed towards your dorm. I don't know if you know she's still in there.
I just saw them run to Aqua.
I see, thank you.
Yes, they all seem to be very
Armor to work out, and I could do with some of those gains.
Knock, knock, knock.
Who is it?
Mr. Nella.
Come on in.
Thank you. I was hoping to borrow Lothariel for just a moment. I shan't be long.
Oh, we're just having tea time.
Of course, sir.
Well, I promise that they will return before the tea becomes cold.
It's probably because of the oh, good luck.
Yes, sir.
I'll keep it short. The other day I was exceptionally tired. A lot on my mind. I would appreciate if you did not repeat the sentiments I expressed.
Of course, sir. No, I won't say anything.
Have you spoken to anyone already?
No. I've spoken to people, but I've not said anything that you said apart from the mission, so.
Yes. Good. I feel like the coming days are going to require a lot of honesty from a lot of people.
I think I can understand where you're coming from with that, sir.
Yes. You're still here.
I did actually want to talk to you. If that was okay. Just
What was that?
your advice, if you'd be willing to offer it.
Of course. Though I have promised I wouldn't detain you over long. So?
If you want, we can.
What is it?
What am I to do on the mission if I cannot signal a flare without someone still being inside that house?
You know, it's interesting. I think I might have once upon a time have given you a very different answer. Because the correct answer is, if someone's being detained in their property, they may be having their soul extracted into a jar even as you hesitate. That the mercy of a grave would be of great respite. Many, many people would sooner die in a fireball than be subjected to the wicked works of a necromancer. I'll make you a promise, Lothario. I will be the last one out of that house, one way or another. But should worst come to worst, and this necromancer, because of what I am and all the rest of it, gets the better of me, then my advice is to do whatever. Do whatever will allow you to sleep. You're still a young recruit. You can get away with it. You work hard, you've been studying here, there, and everywhere. If it becomes too much, just do what you feel is right.
Sir, if it even got to that point, where I had to choose, I don't think I'd be happy with any decision I made.
I'm afraid I might have to break that promise to your teammates. It's a difficult thing. The very act of soldiery is the act of putting your ideals above another's. We all talk in terms of defense, but at the end of the day, it's rarely that simple. Even in conversations in the past few days, people have been saying, well, if she attacks us, if she attacks us, and if she attacks us. And the question always has to be, but what if that's too late? At a certain point, being in a military force means accepting that sometimes you'll kill people. It won't be self-defense. It'll be premeditative. And sometimes that premeditation can be very wrong indeed. But at least you feel bad about it. And one thing that's worth remembering is that as long as you feel bad about it, As long as you honestly wish there could have been another way, then there is no one better suited to have made that decision. Do you understand what I'm saying? People like to wear their scars on their chest. People like Lafron will walk around with their chest on show, lightning scars across it, and show it as a sign of pride. These are the scars of heroes. But the really difficult things, the scars that really hurt, are the ones no one can ever see. They're up here. And none of us make it out of this unscarred. Take this as a word of advice from someone who stopped caring. What you're feeling now, however painful it may be, hold on to it. And remember why it hurts so bad. Sorry, I can't do better for you than that.
It has helped give me a little bit more peace of mind, but until we know the outcome, that's the best thing I'm gonna get.
Once upon a time, I would do terrible things each and every day. But at the end of the day, I'd go home and my wife would be there, and so would Ludwig. And even though it didn't make what I did any better, it reminded me there was more to life than just guilt and pain. So I guess what I'm saying is, my advice to you is that you should go have tea with your friends. And just try, earnestly, to enjoy it.
I think I'll do that now, sir.
Very good.
Thank you. Have a good night, sir.
I'll try. Come on.